If you're under the impression
This does not look good.
Hello. You're playing with toys. There's a lot of toys. Hello. Hello, Vilvino. There are many, many toys there. You can check them all if you want. How's it going, everyone? Hello, Camilla. Hello, Mr. Taco. Hello, Harmless. Hello, Bug. Welcome. I hope you had a good weekends. And hello, BJ Dart, and hello, Happy Toaster. Friendly, yes. I am friendly tonight, instead of hostile like I always am. We were going to like do the first episode of Umineko, and the idea was that, okay, well, I'll do that, and then maybe I'll hook like 3 people into reading it, like the whole thing, and that'll be that. My job will be done. I'll be, dusting off my hands and going to rest and stuff like that. But here I am doing episode 2 because I kind of want to read this again. Like the whole thing. Because I was like, oh, well, I already read it. It's not like I need to see the whole thing again. I kind of want to see the whole thing again. It would be fun, I think. We might even think of something else to do during the streams to make it more fun. We can have like a, I don't know, like a raffle for a car or something. No, I'm not doing that, but that would be funny if you did something like that. So yeah, let's move on to episode 2. For those who have been, well, I suppose if you're here, it's because you already know what happened in episode 1, right? You're not just walking in like, oh, hey guys, what's up? I'm just gonna walk in here sight unseen. If you're not gonna like look at the whole thing of episode, you at the very least want to know what happened at the end of episode 1. At the very least. The starting screen, yeah, it is pretty appropriate, honestly. I like it because of that. It ended up just working out. Except when it's raining, then I have to like change the whole thing for a raining atmosphere. Cause, okay, I guess I'll start with the spoilers right away. During episode 1, they started this whole murder mystery deal where people were getting killed left and right. Very quickly, in very quick succession, after like 8 hours of very slow burn story telling you about all the characters and what their backstories are and what their motivations are, and setting the whole playing board and all that stuff, the killings started happening, and they were happening very fast. First it was 6 in one go, then in the next stream it was another 2, and then in the next stream literally everybody else died. Like, the only survivors at the very end, as far as we know, were all the kids, basically. Battler and, well, all the kids in the family. It's too bad about the servant kids. Sorry, Canon, you did not survive. All the kids, George and Battler and Jessica and Maria. And then apparently Maria reunited with somebody who we did not have a chance to see, but was allegedly the witch. And then the screen kind of faded to black after that, and then they just put in the narration that everybody died. And the only reason people found out that people died there is because they found the message in a bottle telling the whole story of what happened in episode 1. So everybody died. And then we saw like a little bit where everyone's like, oh, it's fucked up that we died and we didn't get to solve the mystery. We messed it all up, and it's like, ha ha ho ho. And then Battler's like, wait a second, what's going on here? Why is this happening? It's like, oh, you don't know, Battler? The witch put us here in the Golden Land. We're all just having fun. And he's like, but witches don't exist, guys. That's stupid. You're all being stupid right now. And then after he says that, it's like, no, Battler, don't say that. And then they all exploded because Battler did not believe in magic, so they all died again. And then the witch appears, finally, and then they start like fighting, and that's basically how episode 1 ends. Like the post episode 1. So now we're gonna do episode 2, which is about, I don't know, we're gonna find out what episode 2 is even gonna be about. Or rather, what is the setting of episode 2? Because as I mentioned, everybody's already dead, so what's going on here? Here we go. Episode 2, Turn of the Golden Witch. Good morning. The Golden Witch eagerly awaits your arrival. Please do grant her that wish. Were you able to get a good rest and perfect your strategy? The witch expects a lot from you, and is more than ready to launch an assault right from the start. I also look forward to seeing your strategy. The difficulty level is extreme. The witch intends to make you surrender all at once. You might remember from the first episode description, the difficulty level was standard. So and we did pretty good, right? We kind of figured out everything that was going on. Everything was solved, so we're like, well, that shit was easy. We need a better challenge. We need more of a challenge, and so the game is changing it to extreme. Let's go. The story is very obviously fictional. George-sama, please, look. You're so cute. Look, look. Shannon found a pair of hammerhead sharks swimming playfully in the tank. Look at her outfits. Just a trick to make us not believe in magic and explode. And looked as excited as a grade schooler seeing an aquarium for the first time. Tomitake Flash! Oh shit! Another awesome Higurashi reference. In the t-shirt. I'm holding my tongue. Yeah, they're really cute. Almost makes me want to eat them. I'd feel sorry for them. You know, I hear the Japanese are the only people in the world who go to aquariums and say how delicious everything looks. The deep collar sucks, dude. Have any of y'all been to... I have been to an aquarium. Wait, an aquatium? I don't know if that's a different thing or if that's a misspelling. But I have been to an aquarium. It's cool. I like it. Is that so? I'm sure even Americans and Italians would want to eat these. Those cloaks look good on you. Really? Oh, it's you. Okay. Knowing Yuri Sanctuary. What, do you not think George is an ally to lesbians? Shannon clutched at her chest with both hands in embarrassment. She apparently felt like she was being made fun of for wearing these clothes she wasn't used to. I really don't. Okay. Though George's face didn't show it, he had actually said something so completely unexpected that it surprised even him. And he was as embarrassed as Shannon on the inside. He has dog tags, I just realized. I don't think those are real dog tags, though. I don't think he went to war, or was in the army. However, when he saw how embarrassed Shannon was, he started to imagine he was teasing a girl he liked. Instead of embarrassment, a ticklish amusement welled up in him. No, he wasn't just imagining it. He really was teasing the girl he liked. For now, he wouldn't have expected to hear a line like that anywhere these days, not even in a manga or something. In fact, if he'd seen another couple acting like this, his first instinct would be to start throwing rocks at them. What the fuck, man? Okay, maybe you're right, because... yeah, maybe you're right about the lesbians things. But even if someone were to start throwing rocks at us now, I'm sure they'd be no different from confetti celebrating our relationship. Now, I can't even remember those lonely days when I felt jealous of couples who were completely oblivious to their surroundings. To use an old-fashioned phrase, these really are rose-colored days I'm living in. I'm so entranced that I barely noticed that massive tank in the world's largest aquarium anymore. Instead, all I see are the expressions fitting across Shannon's face as she plays with the fish. Can't remember the incel days. He's from the 80s. He's ahead of his time. Shannon's Charlie yeah, hello Krongo. You're right. It's amazing, isn't it? It's my first time seeing a tank large enough for a whale to swim in. I heard this tank is the biggest selling point here. And it's the biggest in the whole world. Is that so? That's amazing. It's really wonderful. It doesn't even look like a tank at all. More like they sliced off a part of the sea with a knife and brought it here. You're right. This really is a little sea. Despite its size, I hadn't thought of the tank as anything more than a tank. That's why I found her metaphor so interesting. No matter how far humans broaden their experiences, they always end up viewing the world through the lens. Is that how you write lens in plural? Of their own values? Or is that a typo? Maybe that's why it's so interesting to interact with people who have different worldviews. I voiced my thoughts on this. She responded. That is a typo, okay. True? This may not be... I'm sorry, I read true like I'm reading a fucking message from chat. Sorry. True, this may not be the real sea, but if those little guys swimming in there believe it's the sea, then that's what it is. Even though they're inside a finite tank, the sea is finite too. Then again, even if the sea were infinite, how much would we cover in our whole lives? Yeah, I think it would be lens, right? I sense a metaphor for chapter 2. Yeah, metaphor for fish and tanks. If the sea were infinite, how much could we cover in our whole lives? I'm sure it'd be only a minuscule fraction of the sea. You're right. It's ironic, isn't it? Even though the world is so vast, most of us humans live our lives without ever leaving our own country. If the inhabitants of a place believe they're living in a complete world, then even the bottom of a narrow well... I don't know who's saying this, I'm alternating between both voices. And even the bottom of a narrow well can be a wonderful world, an entire ocean. This sounds like George. At least to the frogs that live there. Shannon, who spent her days as a servant on a small island 10 kilometers in circumference, called Rokenjima. George waxing poetic to his teenage mate. Yeah, that's him. He's so awesome. Said that with a smile. Oh, that was Shannon. So actually, we're all like, we all have an egg on our faces, and we should feel bad. I need like a groveling emote just for occasions like this. Oh, it's the intro again, but now it's in the aquarium instead of the airplane. It's all the guys. We know them now. We remember them. We love them. I'm gonna be on the lookout to see if I see any strange names over here. Nanjo, Shannon, Goda. No, it all checks out. Do they credit any photos of these backgrounds? I don't know, honestly. Okay, that wasn't in the original one. There was no Beatrice credits in the intro. Because she wasn't in episode 1. We never actually see her. I mean, she's there, but we don't see her and she has no dialogue, so she might as well not be there. She's only killing people in the background, off screen. And where are we now? After we finished walking through the whole aquarium, we had a small late afternoon lunch at a restaurant with a nice view. The word buffet has the power to make any boy's heart leap. You did nice. GG. I was like that myself once. But with Shannon beside me, this buffet felt different. I couldn't shamefully pile on only the things I liked. I was... how should I put it? Worried about my appearance and choose a menu suited for a snob. Toast, salad, and coffee. If I'd been by myself, I would have made a pile of oily stuff like yakisoba, mashed potatoes, gratin, and so on. Shannon, what is going to be enough for you? The toast snob. If it is, then I guess we men are animals with really bad fuel efficiency. That's not what I... On Shannon's tray, there was only tea and salad. Oh, fuck. I'm having flashbacks to fucking episode 2 of Higurashi. May the mere fact that I thought she was a whole plate short prove I was thinking with a man's stomach. It's okay, because this is like... this is George POV, and so we don't actually have to take him seriously. So I don't feel bad about it. Actually, I should be asking you the same thing. Don't you think men should eat a little bit more than that? I imagined you normally eat much more for lunch, right? Oh, right. Damn. Come to think of it, you already know how much I eat normally because of meals I've had at the head family household. You literally serve me food when I go to your house. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing here. That's right. So I was worried you might have an upset stomach today. Wow, you're so beautiful, yeah. Shannon was kind enough to guess that I wasn't feeling well. Looks like my stupid attempt to show off made her worry. And apparently my stomach wasn't going to let me show off any longer. Okay, I'll confess. Shaking my head at this guy. I was just trying to look cool. I held back just because I was with a girl. I thought so. Considering how much you eat during lunch at the family conferences, I thought this wasn't nearly enough. Please, don't be so reserved and feel free to choose another dish. It's not fair for only me to be embarrassed. I don't like how attempted Moe this portrait of George is. I think that's good. I think it's good that you don't like it. You might be on the right side of history with that one. Oh yeah, we have these now. A young but experienced servant. She's normally calm and performs her job efficiently, but she messes up when she gets nervous. Furthermore, Shannon is nothing more than a pseudonym that she uses when on duty. Not her real name. It's not her real name. Here you can see the whole outfit. Shinomiya George, Evan Hideyoshi's son. An affable young man liked by everyone in the family. He is currently studying as an assistant for his father's company, and it seems he dreams of making it on his own one day. As the eldest of the 4 cousins, he acts as their leader and arbitrator. I think these are basically the same description as in episode 1. Come on, dude. What about you, Shannon? How will you be able to keep up with the Ushinomiya family workload on such a sparse diet? Ow. Ow! Another Higurashi reference? Shannon fell silent and blushed bright red. Apparently, I wasn't the only one showing off. When I realized that, my embarrassment disappeared completely. It looked like a green wife beater that's tucked in. Oh, so that's not enough for you either, is it? Yeah, you usually eat a bit more than this for lunch. A woman's stomach is made of magic, so this is enough. Oh. So, we're both been showing up. Have you ever done this on a date, by the way? Have you ever, like, eaten less to look like more elegant or dignified or whatever? I can imagine people eating less to spend less money, but in any other situation, not really. No. Like, why are you eating so little? Are you trying to show off? No, I'm broke. I'm broke, sorry. So, we've both been showing off to each other. Let's not hold back anymore, shall we? I smiled to show that I wouldn't make fun of her anymore and rose from my seats. After finally coming to Okinawa, it'd be a waste if we eat their needs some bitter melon. Also, this is a buffet. I feel like at a buffet, it is like bad manners not to stuff yourself, because then it feels like you're wasting the buffet. Like if you're not going hog wild at a buffet, what are you doing here? I'll go get some fried bitter melon or something. Shannon, come with me. Come on, come on. Yes. To anyone watching us, we might seem like an incredibly charming and embarrassing couple. Yeah? Is that what these guys seem to you guys? But it's only after becoming a couple that you realize. To us, this exchange of words is everything, our entire world. That's why no matter how much everyone else stares at us with blank expressions, we never notice. Indeed, at this age, I finally understand the feelings of couples who want to endlessly flirt without any regard for their surroundings. Embarrassing, maybe, okay. After I returned with a plate piled up with fried food, Shannon arrived with a pretty cake. Charming not at all. While laughing at our fake stoicism, we resumed our lunch. Even though it's a restaurant with a view of the sea, it's so cloudy. I don't know who this is. We're gonna try to figure it out. Luckily, our window seat gave us a view of seaside scenery so grandiose that it extended even beyond our field of vision. However, because of the cloudy sky, we were only seeing a fraction of its usual beauty. That's right. If it were clear, we'd undoubtedly see a deep blue sea. I think this is George. Yup. I'll bet you're already used to the sea around Rokkenjima, but the deep blue of the sea here would surely have been a sight to see. It's a real shame. Oh, but no matter how blue the sea is at work, it might as well be grey to me. But I'm not working today, so, Apparently, Shannon was doing her best to say an embarrassing line. But I didn't let her get off easy. So close. If only you'd said, when watching the sea alone with you, George-sama, it looks deep blue no matter how grey it is. I'd have given you full marks in the prize. I'm sorry. Wanna hear what the prize was? If you don't mind telling me. No. I won't tell you. That's not fair. When I was in elementary school, I was always the kid who got bullied. I wonder why. When everyone teased me, I grew nervous and speechless to the delight of the bullies. Back then, I wondered why everyone teased me. Yeah, I wonder about it right now. What? But now, teasing Shannon like this, I understand why. Guys, we're not even an hour into the fucking second episode, and George has already lost the entire audience. Everyone's throwing tomatoes at the stage. This is so much fun. Oh, it's really fun to bully people. That's right. You got it, George. I'm glad you finally understand. I can play with her emotions however I please. And I can have them all to myself. Right now, I can't think of any greater pleasure. That's why I have to go easy on her. It's not as though I want to make her feel embarrassed and upset. So I decided to be nice and change the subject. Best not to be too obstinate. When you're finished your lunch, do you want to take a walk on the beach? Maybe the clouds will clear up and we'll get a beautiful view of the sea. Actual play hotline and just yelling, "Kill George." Take the ring, that's an order. Okay, well. I think he lost me. I mean, the first time I read this, I wasn't woke yet, so I held on for quite a while, but this time around, the moment when he said, maybe it's okay that Rosa beats up her daughter and we shouldn't intrude on that. I was like, okay, George. Okay, George. That's right. I want to go see it. Are you supposed to? You're not supposed to hate on anybody. You can choose to hate whoever you want. I want to go see it. He's there for you to judge. He's there for you to do as you please. I don't think the story wants you to like him or hate him. Just do as you will. Yeah, let's do it. But that cake really does look delicious. Maybe I'll go get one of those too. You mustn't. If you eat cake after eating so much, you'll get fat. It looks like Hideyoshi-sama's blood is pretty thick in you, George-sama. So you'll get chubby if you don't take care. 1000 page forum friend. This is the part with my favorite line in the series. I hope we didn't miss it. You didn't miss it already. Hello, Q. We are... Everybody... I'm doing my best to... No, not really. I am presenting the story as is and everybody's just throwing tomatoes at George right now. The jeering is quite strong. The heckling. Shannon, you won't stop liking me if I get fat, will you? After all, I wouldn't stop liking you if you got fat. Rare? Rare George W? Let's go. I didn't mean it that way. You like George a lot. Nice. Power to you. If you don't take good care of your body, it'll be bad for your health. Oh. Mother warns me all the time, too. I wonder if it'll have to take up Tai Chi Quan or something like she does and get some exercise. The other cousins love to stare at. He doesn't waste a good produce. Okay, so rocks. Rocks then. Just fuck it. This is rocks. No tomatoes, rocks. When going on a diet, it's better to start by rethinking your eating habits rather than just exercising all the time. Apparently, the exercise only helps as you're eating well first. In other words, you're telling me to hold off on the cake, huh? Then I guess I'll just have to gaze at you while you stuff your cheeks with it, Shannon. A whole cake is probably too much, but maybe just half of one would be okay. It's a fucking buffet. Come on. Here, it's really delicious. Oh, the rocks line already happened. Can we still see it, I wonder? That's okay. Oh, okay. It's a little bit far back, but yeah, I remember it. Where in the narrations he's like, "Oh, I bet if I remember if I've ever seen in my past somebody that was acting like us right now, I'd be compelled to throw rocks at them." There's a reverse one? Awesome. It makes everything else he does okay. Yeah, that's the rocks line. That he's thinking about how he felt in the past when he saw cute couples and how he really wanted to throw rocks at them. I had no doubt that she wanted to share the delicious cake's flavor with me. Oh yeah, it's really good. We finally got some closure to that long storyline of what happened to Q after the bird took him away. However, I meanly pulled my plate away from her. She blinked in surprise. She couldn't seem to figure out if I was refusing the cake or not. So I winked, opened my mouth, and said, "Ah." So that's what you really wanted. Geez, you're such a pampered child, George-sama. Okay. Say, ah. With a partly embarrassed, partly exasperated face, Shannon offered the cake to me with a fork. Chomp. It tasted like a cheap chocolate cake you might find anywhere. And yet it was exceptional. This is the most painful part of umineko so far. Is it making you want to cry? Because eating cake in such an embarrassing way, as if we were a couple of perfect fools, had been my dream for many years. It made this cake's flavor heavenly, delicious, moist. If the earth is destined to end, I wouldn't have any regret if it happened right now. It was such a moment of bliss. And now we're at the beach. But I don't think it's the beach from Rokkenjima. This is like a beach from somewhere else. I guess the chat wants to know. Maybe. Oh my god, episode 4. I am dreading episode 4 when I have to do it on stream, because... oh god. It is gonna be so hard to be reading through that. After that, we gathered shells, ran from waves, and enjoyed each other's company while walking along the beach. But not in the same way that this is, just to be clear. It's not that it's hard to read or to listen to. It's hard to be talking out loud with that one. In the end, the clouds never parted. However, we both believed that the sea reflected in our eyes was a deep blue. And it is reflected in the illustrations themselves. Somehow, I'm so happy that it scares me. You do say that from time to time. What is it you're afraid of? I'm a servant of the Yoshinomiya family. For someone like me to be walking like this with a member of the family, it just felt like it was too much for me. I'm also surprised. I didn't just meet you yesterday or today, Shannon-chan. We've known each other for years now. However, we can only meet during those family meetings that only happen a few times a year. Back then, I couldn't even imagine having the sort of relationship where I could spend time with you like this. It was the same for you too, right? I did imagine it. No, I mean, maybe I should call it a kind of daydream. I didn't think about what it'd be like being in a relationship with you, a boy who was always so gentlemanly and considerate. Though it was only ever a fantastic daydream. Then we must harbor you believing hard to think for our relationship. Magic dwells in the power of love. So I'm sure that magic brought us together. You're right. I really do think it was magic. But, you know, that's not actually true. As you kept looking more and more beautiful every year, you became a larger and larger presence in my mind too. How? I don't know. I don't know. I guess I just gotten better at it. Doing funny voices helps. If the same thing happened to you, then the fact that we're here today is simply an inevitable consequence, rather than something caused by magic or a miracle. Boot to the head sketch from The Frantics. I don't know about that one. There's a lot of umineko edits though. A very famous one is the Steamed Hams one. Which you can't watch yet, by the way. If you haven't seen the Steamed Hams umineko edit, you can't watch it, because it's a spoiler. It's a spoiler for umineko. You have to wait at least like 2 more episodes, and then you can watch it. No, a miracle did happen. Turn on the Japanese voice can help the throw. This one doesn't have voice acting. I have the very old version that doesn't have voice acting. George-sama. She stopped walking down the beach, gazing out beyond the sea. A miracle? No, it was magic. It happens. I was bewildered by that slightly mysterious phrase, which I sometimes heard her use. Magic, you say? Yes, magic. I doubt you'd believe me if I explained, so I won't. But this bit of magic definitely had the power to grant the miracle that brought us together. Are you talking about some kind of ritual? Yeah, you might call it something like that. Except that it really was magic, not just some ritual. Maybe it's all girls, not just Shannon, who tend to treat encounters as miracles or coincidences. Maybe it's all girls, yeah. For a man like me, an encounter with a girl is 70% hard work to try and make her like you, 20% courage, and 10% coincidence. Man, I'm remembering that really funny line in episode 1 where they're talking about stuff like this. Where like, oh yeah, all girls are into the occult and shit like that. And it's Jessica saying it, and it's like, no, yeah, you're totally right. Every single girl is into the occult at that age. Well, not me though, but I don't count. Like, she straight up goes, yeah, not me though. But you're right, but not me. The part that means everything to her is such a smaller factor in my mind. Maybe that way of thinking itself is calculating and typical of man. Yeah? But if I said that out loud, it might dissolve all kinds of magic. To my mind, there were lots of coincidences. Compromises and expended effort. I can't even talk to you guys about stuff we can do for these streams yet, because we haven't even established what the whole deal with the thing is, because we don't know yet. You don't know yet what the deal with this whole thing is. Like, what are we doing here? We don't know yet, even though we're like, what? Almost 20 hours in, we still don't know what the deal is. And expended effort on both sides before we gain the relationship we have today. At the culmination of all that, we get to spend this joyful time together. And if she wants to call that magic, I got no objections to her choice of words. So I'll stand up for that magic. You're right, if the same fate were repeated 100 times, maybe you and I could get into a relationship like this only one of those times. In the other instances, even though we'd be aware of each other, maybe we would have only maintained a reserved relationship after all this time. Everyone dies due to the Great Witch Beatrice, and now we're learning more about people who died last time. Okay. And I guess there's just gonna be 7 whole episodes worth of backstory, you're right. And then, like, at the very end, it's like, oh, okay, I understand now. And then they explain what happens at the end of episode 1, and that's the whole story. I do think a lot of Japanese girls are into those. They talk about blood type and constellation all the time. Yeah, there are some trends. Like, let's not pretend there aren't, but I like the way it's presented in the story. From the perspective of those other me's and you's, you and I are undoubtedly in a miraculous relationship right now. A demon possessed. Wait, what? Hang on. Are you okay, Krongo? Do we need to exercise you? Or do you like the demon? Wow, Queen, you're so beautiful. Yes. Ah, that... Just seeing it like this is so funny. Now, let's see. That's not what I meant. It really was magic. No matter how often you tell men something like this, they'll never believe it. Ganon-kun didn't believe me at all either. I believe you. I'd hate for the magic to fade away because I didn't believe in it. George-sama. In a small voice, I apologize for saying something that trivialized her magic. Shannon seemed to be glad to hear me say that. After all, if 2 people believe in the magic of love, it becomes eternal. Battler catching strays. Yeah. Oh, that's right. I was wondering if you'd be willing to agree to a little whim of mine. Yes? What is it? You call me George-sama, right? It's not that I dislike it, but would you consider not calling me that anymore? Of course, you have to keep up your appearance with the Oshinomiya family, so I wouldn't force you to do so during your everyday routine on Rokkenjima. But when we're alone, I'd rather you didn't call me that. Yeah, let's make that a rule. A rule? What would happen if I violated that rule? Maybe we should have some kind of punishment game if you break the rule. Yes, what should it be? Wanna hear? No, I don't wanna hear. I'll have to think about what it should be. I'll kill him. Okay. George-san. Yeah. I love the way that sounds. I'm so happy, Shannon. I also have another name. It's Sayo. I see. The rule's gonna be fair after all. I'll follow it too, and from now on, I'll call you Sayo. Whatever Daddy wants, Daddy gets. Okay, Sayo? Yes. Remember in episode 1 where Battler was doing like the whole pervert thing? And a bunch of people were like, fuck this guy, and then like at least like half of us were like, no guys, it's a bit, it's funny, don't worry. He's fine, he's funny, he's just a funny guy. And nobody's doing that for George. I held her shoulder and drew her close. When I forcefully pulled her delicate body towards me, she dove into my chest like a doll. As I held her head in my arms, we both looked at the horizon. What a deep blue sea. There's no redeeming quality for George. I'm so happy we got to look at the sea, just the two of us. Me too. I'm so glad to have a chance to look at this deep blue sea with you. As we gazed at the gray sea and the light rain began to sprinkle down, we kept listening to each other's heartbeats. Oh. I liked yours when reading this story. Then I realized that channel was 16 and he's 23. Oh. Interesting numbers. The sound of waves flows into my ears. Well, yeah, that's why they're describing it, because we can't see it. The sound of waves flows into my ears. No, it's the sound of an enraged sea. My body, bathed in painfully cold splashes, does not allow me to forget. It won't let me forget the memories of the day my old fate was broken and smashed. Everyone always wants power and ball as Yuri. Yeah, you're right. Once, tomorrows were literally like looking into a mirror. All I ever saw there was the person I already was. Tomorrow was absolutely no different from today. That was my old fate. But then, for the first time, I saw a different fate beyond the mirror. The witch whispers to me. She tempts me to take a bite out of the fruit of knowledge. She torments me, saying I'll be furniture as long as I stay in God's paradise. So I decided to choose the path of knowing love and try to become a person. Oh, this isn't George anymore. Those days were like sweet honey. But at the time, I didn't realize that they'd be the start of a new kind of suffering. I've arrived at the small island on a motorboat I've only just learned how to use. No, this can hardly be called a small island. Hang on, I need to get the chair a little bit closer, so I'm gonna turn off the... There we go. On this rock is a torii and a small shrine. A small shrine! Mentioned at the beginning. It was probably built to worship the guardian deity of Rokkenjima. Even though I don't know exactly what it signifies, I know it has to be something holy. Even in a place like this, I've got to take just one more look around. See if there's anyone who might get mad at me for coming. I see nothing but the stormy ocean. Nijima looming in the distance and the waves breaking against Rokkenjima's steep cliffside. I can see it. Honestly, the age thing to me is not as bad as the whole power dynamics thing. Like, you're dating your servants. You know. Because, like, what's the servant gonna do? He'll go, no, get the hell away from me. No, they can't just do that, you know? Didn't mind George for a while for seeing this dialogue. Yeah, you know how it is. Like I said, when I read this, I also had no problem. But again, that was way a long time ago. And the subtext just went in one ear and out the other. I ready myself. Timidly approach the small shrine and take the mirror that lies there as an offering. The mirror looks old, cloudy, and dirty. That would probably make any normal mirror seem horribly cheap. However, since the mirror is being placed in this small shrine, its appearance seems to give some sort of divine quality to it. And there's one thing I can tell. This is no simple mirror. It may seem like an old, battered mirror to a non-believer like myself, but it has a great significance. Is it really okay to break this after being captivated by honeyed words? No. This isn't really a mirror. This is a life I couldn't escape until today. My fate. I'll break it. I'll smash it and seize the life that lies beyond this mirror. If I don't smash it, my life will be a pair of facing mirrors forever. Nothing will ever change in the slightest. The witch whispers to me. She tempts me to take a bite out of the fruit of knowledge. Or maybe I've already tasted of that fruit. Oh, Mr. Taco, I don't think this is George. I don't think this is George. This is someone else. After all, I've already experienced those maddening emotions. Just as Adam and Eve felt compelled to pluck their fig leaves. I can no longer go on without breaking this mirror. Yeah, like I said, the main objection to me is the power dynamic. Easily. And you know, as Bug mentioned, the part where he goes, take the ring, that's an order. I've struggled with conflicting emotions for many days before this moment. Inside my heart, the virtuous part of me kept on fighting the part that sides with the witch. And now, here I am. Did the part of me that's here right now win or lose? There's only one thing I know. To obtain something, you must be ready to lose something. Cowards who don't risk anything, who never try to change anything, will never be given the key that opens the path to a new future. That key is already in my hands. That key is to break this, to smash it. Is there any other effort I can make? As furniture imprisoned in Rokkenjima? Well, they're saying furniture. Furniture is a term they use for servants. So we at the very least know that the person here is a servant. It could be a servant that we've met, or a servant that is working for the island, but was not in the island at the time of the reunion. Let's call it that. I was gonna say the incident, but the reunion. No. This is the only way for me. Come, have courage. I'll free myself from... Ah, there we go. I think I fixed the link finally. I'll free myself from being mere furniture. And by accepting a new kind of suffering, I'll become human. This is surely a small, yet large trial I must impose on myself. Come on. Smash it. I'll smash to pieces the eternally unchanging fate that imprisons me. I raise the mirror high. I think back on the days of conflict that came before. And finishing my reflections in the blink of an eye, I throw it down. The thunder roars, crying out against me for my outrageous act. It truly is the hatred of angels trying to banish me from eternal paradise. I look down at the mirror tumbling at my feet, broken into equal parts. And after making sure I've accomplished my task, I scream up at the raging skies. I've kept my promise. Now, it's your turn to keep yours, right? Thunder roars once more. I've already been banished from paradise, so I'll have to struggle on my own if I want to live. The witch told me. That is the single element of this world. One of her supers in the fighting game. Whose? To lose it means losing the world. Like how a canteen with a hole in the bottom can't be filled, no matter how much water you pump into it. This person, oh. I've kept my promise. Now it's your turn to keep yours. Please, grant my wish. Beatrice-sama. And now the opening song. Oh, it's her in the rain. And somebody offering her an umbrella. Well, it's Beatrice, we know that. She told us. They can do it 14 times in a row because of how the mechanics in Ogon work. It's awesome that you call it Ogon and not Golden. Oh, there's the bottle from the end of episode 1. Welcome to Rokkenjima. Now we understand the opening a little bit more. That's cool. Okay, so what now? My mind wandered. Back to the days when I could barely imagine the happiness I have now. I was a middle schooler at the time. A normal girl who thought about love as much as you'd expect of someone at that age. Hastily made Rokkenjima tourism video. Why were the people in there making like evil faces? Oh, don't worry about it. Come visit Rokkenjima. But in truth, it was wrong of me to have that dream. Oh my god, with the other sprites. After all, I am furniture. Furniture is nothing more than a tool, not a human. as a person less than human. Simply receiving an education was an enormous blessing. So in reality, even thinking about falling in love was more than I deserved. Kraus made the video. Oh my god. That's awesome. The Yoshinomiya Family Conference was a customary event held every October. That's right, we're doing this in commemoration to the to the reunion because it's October, guys. Don't you know? It's still October. Yeah, we can't show that. Relatives sometimes visited at other times. Of course, they didn't come just to... Even the characters that the viewers do know are spoilers because of the moves they use, I bet. Like, what the fuck? Why does this character has a super where they turn into a fucking angel or whatever? Of course, they didn't come just to drink tea. On this day, Eva's family was visiting the head family on Rokkenjima. It's already December. The 3 members of Krause's family and the 3 members of Eva's family had gathered in the parlor. And we're having a friendly chat about recent events. Genji had supposedly told Kinzo of Eva's family's arrival, but he still hadn't come down. He was probably immersed in his research and couldn't spare the time. This often happened, so the others waited patiently for their fickle father to arrive. Oh, how promising. Make sure you work hard on your father, building the skills you'll need if you want to lend him a hand soon. Thank you very much. I've learned countless precious things from the many experienced people Father has introduced me to. It's October 74th. Oh. And these were all things I could never have learned in school. When you're in school, it's not math and language you're learning. What they're really teaching you is the right outlook and attitude for learning more. Once you got that base, you can finally start a long period of study that'll last your entire life. This part is actually kind of curveballing me because I already forgot all the voices that I did for everybody. It's been so long since I last had to voice Kraus. People who don't get this end up spending their whole lives as fools who never learned. Just getting full marks in math and language won't do you any good at your company. Indeed, that is exactly right. Hideyoshi-san, your style of education never fails to impress. George isn't quite a full man yet. He'd better always keep that in mind and embrace his studies. Stop it, dear. George is always giving it his all, right? Truly admirable. I wish our Jessica would learn from him. Sheesh. Are you still holding a grudge about that test score? I'm studying for tests the best I can. At least don't say it here. Pissing me off. Once people started praising George for his diligence, the conversation usually turned to Jessica, who hated studying. Jessica made an openly displeased face, as though she'd known this would happen. My. Schoolwork aside, it seems Jessica had better learn to choose her words a little more gracefully. How improper for the single daughter who bears the weight of the Yoshinomiya family crest. Come now, she's quite appealing in her own way, isn't she? Times changed. The time when we had to act all modest to entertain men ended long ago. So true, Eva. Especially in the 80s. Extremely true and correct. That's right. I knew you'd understand, Aunt Eva. My headache is truly trying today. Are you okay? Oh, Natsuhi, you're looking a bit pale. Thank you, I'm fine. Still, time really has flown. It feels just like yesterday when you would turn around half naked by the beach and... Whoops! I missed the line. Hang on, go back. Oh no, my mouse. Okay, there it is. and come back soaked. There we go. Wasn't your Jessica-chan the same? And now she's a lady who fusses over how to put on makeup. I see you focus on your eyebrows. You look really cute today. Thank you very much. No one noticed, so I was a bit unsure of myself. A full smile rose to Jessica's face as the results of her own studies were finally appreciated. Eva smiled back in the same way. Then she turned that smile towards Natsuhi. Come on, Natsuhine-san. You must take notice of small changes in your own child. Poor Jessica-chan. You probably wanted your mother to notice first, didn't you? No problem, no problem. That person never notices anything. Jessica, I cannot condone you speaking of your mother in such a fashion. Apologize. Later, I will speak to you at length about your language. If you don't want kids getting in your way, just say so. I'm gonna take a step outside. It's getting stuffy in here. Jessica! Jessica was still at the age where tests and entrance exams are pretty nerve-wracking. Yeah, she's really getting sick of it. Recently, she'd clashed often with her mother, who was enthusiastic about her education. Excuse me. Yeah. Jessica, who was trying to leave the parlor in a bad mood, bumped into Shannon, who was pushing a serving cart filled with tea. Ah, Shannon, no need to worry about my tea. My mom just got up from the dinner table and said I don't mean to be rude, but if I don't put on my nightgown right now, I will kill myself and went to bed. You know what? Yeah. I can see it. I'm just gonna go wander around the garden. Milady. Shannon, the tea is getting cold. Serve it quickly. That's so Natsuhi. My apologies. Shannon hadn't actually done anything wrong. But Natsuhi, who felt like something shameful to herself had been shown, lashed out at her emotionally. This was something that often happened in the Yoshinomiya family, but it seemed Shannon wasn't strong-willed enough to just accept it and move on. She shrank back and cowered while serving the tea. She had the unfortunate habit of making more mistakes when she cowered. Her pitiful appearance ruined the peaceful atmosphere that had existed a moment before. Oh, by the way, let me check. I forgot to check. Oh, we just have all the guys now. I think it's the same description so far. It does seem like, yeah, it's the same descriptions. Okay. Her pitiful appearance ruined the peaceful atmosphere that had existed a moment before. All 18, that's right, that's all of them. It wasn't really Shannon's fault, but she thought she might be the source and felt pressure on her chest. Her shaking fingers made the utensils clang, and you couldn't have called it graceful. Not even just to be polite. Yeah. The more pitiful she appeared, the greater the silence grew. The more irritated Natsuhi looked, and the more Shannon cowered. Well, they're all drawn really short, is the thing. They all have very short, like, character arts. They kind of look like, you know, like avatars from Xbox or stuff like that. I don't know why that was the first thing that came to mind. You know what I mean, right? I mean, it's cute, yeah. I'm just clarifying why they're so, like, short. Oh, I got a better I got a better description. They look like characters from Hot Shots Golf. Especially you. Especially you. Like they've got that sort of build to them. Shannon's thin neck felt like it was being suffocated. And choked by the Reaper known as stress. Okay, one more joke. I can't afford the car I drive. Okay. Shannon's thin neck felt like it was being suffocated and choked by the Reaper known as stress. At that time, George spoke brightly, blowing away the stiff atmosphere. Woman can't stand me. This smells nice. What kind of black tea is it? That is... No, don't say it. I'll guess. It's a very distinctive smell, so I'll probably know it. Is it Earl Grey? She doesn't know how to just take the win there. Like, she just go, yeah, you got it, George. You fucking got it. You nailed it. You're completely correct. And so she goes, I don't know, sorry. Fuck. Shit. I think it probably is. Yeah, I'll bet it's Earl Grey. Her ass never knows what black tea is. When you get back to the kitchen, check the tin. The tin? Oh yeah, I guess they do serve it in tins, because they don't have like the packages kind of deal. Like the tin is just full of the herbs, right? Oh, George Cohn, you know a lot about black tea, don't you? One of the company presidents who's looked after me was very knowledgeable about black tea. I managed to pick up a little while listening to him discuss the subject. Oh yeah, the president of Okonogi Foods. Yep, that sort of trivia is that guy's specialty. The names of black teas often refers to the places they're made, right? So did this come from a place with that name? Yo, I heard we were hating on George here. Hello, Willow. We sure are. T-Max can come in tins, but Lou's leave his tins usually. Okay, yeah. From what I've heard, there was a person called Earl Grey in England long ago. And it was named after him. I don't think the guy was called Earl Grey. Isn't Earl a title? Maybe I'm the stupid one here. Furthermore, this distinctive smell doesn't come from tea leaves, but from a fruit called bergamot, which is a relative of the mandarin orange. Is that so? She looks so malicious saying this. I never knew that. Like, she knows that he's fucking wrong and she doesn't want to say it. But that's the face that she's giving me right now. Learning things like that makes tea taste all the more delicious. Same thing goes for alcohol and cigarettes. Luxury items have a taste of romance. Now when stuff like this deepens the taste. It's the same as reading the list of benefits on a medicine bottle. Natsuhine-san, you should try reading the explanation on your favorite headache medicine someday. That's a wonderful idea. Try it tonight. Yes, I'll do so. Shannon-chan, try opening that pot. You should find some dried bergamot mixing with the tea leaves. Yes. It's in there. Something like dried orange peel is mixed in. Yes, that's probably bergamot, the main ingredient in Earl Grey scent. The scent is vivid, so you might expect the taste to be intense, but it's still gentle and easy to drink. I love reading the information on the ibuprofen bottle. Oh, I mean, yeah, but Oh, I'm sorry you have to take ibuprofen. You make it with milk. The scent should become more mild, which works great. If there's anything left in the pot after you pour it for everyone, you really should try drinking it with milk. Yes. Thank you very much. George gave her a small wink. Shannon finally realized that George had kind-heartedly swept aside the tense atmosphere in the room. And he had done it for the sake of Shannon herself, a cowering servant. The Ushinomiya family did not pamper their servants. Any display of awkwardness would be harshly punished. So it was rare for them to be given a helping hand like this. Thanks to George's kindness, Shannon managed to regain control of herself and finish serving tea without further incidents. As long as she stayed calm, she could carry out her work elegantly and flawlessly. So we can assume this is not the family reunion, right? This probably takes place before it. Like a few months, if I had to guess. And only George's family is visiting. No Rosa, no Rudolph. As long as she stayed calm, she could carry out her work elegantly and flawlessly. By the time the black tea was laid out on the table and its elegant scent filled the room. It's a super in the fighting game, did you know? The atmosphere had completely returned to its former peaceful mood, and everyone praised George's knowledge. Shannon wanted to thank him for saving her, but it didn't look like she would get the chance. So she decided to at least thank him inside her heart, praying to God that George would hear it as she pushed the serving cart away. Crowd Super is ruining the Japanese economy. Kind of. I mean, he's only doing resorts, so... George Nissan always lends a helping hand at times like that. I changed the topic or something. Shannon and Jessica were in the rose garden. Jessica still hadn't returned to the parlor after getting into a fight with her mother, and was nonchalantly killing time here. That man has blood on his hand. I guess you're right. Oh, this is such a fucking good track. And this is one of those tracks that go, oh yeah, this is like a Professor Layton track to me. Rare Professor Layton track that doesn't have accordions. When I think back on it, I get the feeling that this wasn't the first time he's helped me like that. Whenever I made a careless mistake and George was around, I'm pretty sure he'd always naturally smooth things over and restore harmony. Maybe it wasn't something as direct as picking up a fork that had been dropped. That was his way of caring. Even servants have their pride. They want to fix their own mistakes by themselves. And if a guest lends them a hand, they'll lose face. He's really good at reading between the lines when stuff like that happens. Well, I guess that's kind of like an art to him. That guy's more of a show-off than he looks. That's not true. I think he's a really wonderful person. Shannon, you haven't fallen in love with George Nissan, have you? For once, Shannon had disagreed with Jessica in a slightly forced tone, which immediately caught Jessica's attention. No, that's not it, I think. Come to think of it, I've hardly heard any stories about George Nissan in love. I think I remember hearing him say that family-oriented girls are his type, didn't I? That was the giant tofu log that's still in your heart. Sweet, that fits you perfectly, Shannon. It does? How could... I'm not suitable for such a thing. Not suitable? Like hell you aren't. You've known him for so long. You're practically a childhood friend. They say that when you start from a natural relationship where you don't think of the other as a member of the opposite sex, things start to move pretty fast once you finally start thinking about it. There's no doubt. Jessica loved teen magazines with this kind of story, and she was always getting excited talking about that kind of thing with her friends. She was very quick to pick up on love stories like this. George does want a trad wife. I wonder why. So this wasn't the first time Shannon had been exposed to this kind of story. Look, Jessica is really fucking bored. She's really fucking bored. Like, she's got nothing to do in this fucking island. She'll take whatever she can get. Like, oh god, please, something happened. But this certainly was the first time she'd started thinking of George as a member of the opposite sex. She was furniture, while George was an honored guest and a member of the Ushinomiya family. Until now, she'd assumed that even imagining any deeper relationship with him would be impermissible. Yeah, that's basically what she's doing. Let's see this train wreck play out. So she hadn't thought of it. Since it was someone else's problem, Jessica poked fun at it, seeming to enjoy it. See? There you go. Since it was someone else's problem. It was all Shannon could do to hide her blushing cheeks. If George were to appear at a time like that, she'd have no chance of keeping her cool. They saw George come out from the entrance hall of the mansion. It looked like he'd seen them as well. He headed over, waving his hands. Shannon had to frantically try and regain her ordinary composure before George reached them. Grandfather finally came down. Now they're having an adult discussion, so they chased me out. Escaping them was the right choice. It'd be better to kiss the angel of death than look at Grandfather's face. You shouldn't speak that way. But you know, I think Grandfather might think of us as angels of death. After all, we came here to talk about borrowing money for business reasons. That's right, this wasn't the customary annual October family conference. The thing about Jessica is that she can win us back over very easily by saying, I fucking hate my grandfather, and we all go, yes! Don't talk to her. Get a job. Stay away from her. Eva's family had visited to apply for a business loan from the head family. Ginso had vast resources and he lent those out to his children. Of course, they didn't borrow money because they were living in poverty. What? What's wrong with Ginso? I don't know. How would they expand their businesses with the vast sums they wanted to borrow? How much interest would be attached and how long would they have to repay it? This wasn't the sort of loan designed for the poor. It was a loan for those who were on the offensive. Ginso strictly judged whether it would be worth lending out his fortune, and afterwards he strictly oversaw its use. So Rokenjima would sometimes play host to his spectacle, where relatives visited and described their businesses to Ginso. To the parents, these meetings burdened them with the strain of having to move a vast amount of money. But to Jessica, who lived in this isolated island called Rokenjima, it was a precious opportunity to meet up with her cousins. So being able to talk with the occasional guests, such as George, like this, immediately cured the bad mood she'd gotten from that fight with her mother. My family's totally stingy too. They've probably got money to spare, so why not lend it out graciously? Dad and grandfather will probably get pig-headed and act all important. It's natural to be prudent when lending money. Of course, my father will use what he borrows to expand his business, and he came with a plan that promises a solid probability of repayments. Everything else is left up to presentation. But I really wish I could watch from the corner and learn. Mother chased me out. I'm a little let down. It seems that Master still tends to scold Kraus-sama and Eva-sama as if they were kids. I'm sure she didn't want to let her son see that. As Shannon hung her head, she thought back on a scene familiar to those who worked in the mansion. Even Kraus, who acted haughtily towards his siblings, was still treated like a child by Kinso. Shannon herself had often seen Kinso slap Kraus and tell him to sit up straight. It was probably very embarrassing to be coerced like that at his age. Taking care to avoid being present in times like that was one of the important responsibilities held by the servants working here. However, the fact that Shannon had ended up witnessing such a scene meant that she'd messed up at least once in the past. Yes, I imagine so. Maybe figuring that out and staying away is part of a child's duty. Ah, that aside, the flowers in this garden are truly splendid this year. You know, George has a very, Confucianist way of thinking where he's like, everybody has his own role in life, and they all have to fulfill it in order to live in harmony. Both the people on top and the people at the bottom. And if anybody strays from their role, everything is fucked up. George stretched as he sat down. And he smoothly changed the subject away from one. It was a little gloomy. Kind of evil. Yeah, it's a little bit evil. No, it's actually very evil. If you know more about it, it's very evil. If 1 kilogram of gold is worth 10k yen, then that adds up there being about 20 billion things wrong with Kinso. Yeah. We should throw rocks at him. That time, Shannon noticed it too. This person, George, could sensitively figure out the situation and always change the subject to something harmonious out of kindness. There you go. There's the word, harmony. I wonder which family he learned that from. Who knows? It was so smooth that Shannon hadn't noticed it until today. Today, Shannon really had to admire the way George did that. Of the boys close to Shannon's age that she'd known, nearly all had been classmates during her period of mandatory education. But they had all been young, and none had possessed the composure George had. Oh boy. Shannon. Mere moments ago, he'd been just another guest. But right now, she couldn't help but think of him as something more. However, such thoughts were mere distractions from her work as a servant. Shannon tried to chase them away with a small shake of her head. What's up? No, it's nothing. Shall I make some tea? I will prepare some more of that Earl Grey. Ah, so you remember the name of that tea. I'm glad. Thank you for your concern back then. Shannon was finally able to put her gratitude into words. If you wrote it out, it wouldn't be very long. But Shannon had needed a little spark of courage to say it out loud. But George played dumb. What do you mean? I don't remember doing anything I should be thankful for. He seemed to be playing the gentleman in his own way, letting her know he wasn't doing it out of the desire for gratitude. George's response seemed to be more of a less exactly what Jessica had predicted. She couldn't help but burst out laughing. Bursting with laughter, BWL. See? Isn't he a bit of a show-off at times like this? No, that's not... Jessica poked fun at Shannon as the latter remained silent, red-faced. George didn't know the details, but he naturally joined in, laughing the same way. The three of them lazily walked around the garden, catching up on recent events. George, as the oldest cousin, talked about his life experiences. Jessica talked about recent life in Rokkenjima, and Shannon talked about her recent work. They kept going on about these trivial things. And when Shannon heard the others talk about deeply interesting things, she never felt any particular interest in the actual content of their stories. She was nothing more than a servant, and he had no intention of delving into her master's lives. She simply wanted to enjoy their time speaking with her, and would only pretend to listen intently and not at the right moments. But for some reason, the things George talked about today seemed to catch her interest powerfully. Even things she'd normally ignore felt like they contained a trace of kindness behind the words. For some reason, she wanted to know more things about George, no matter how trivial. So, she stared fixedly at him. She thought that as far as looks went, this Ushinomiya George was probably about average and didn't stick out in any particular way. But he was diligent, serious, and had a deep prudence which allowed him to understand people's hearts and show concern. But she never noticed these things before now. She may not have met him many times, but she'd known his face for many years. Even so, she hadn't noticed once until now. Shannon, embarrassed by her own obliviousness, blushed. He's such a prude. George, perhaps thinking that Shannon would listen intently to his stories, kept talking happily and at length about things he'd done and seen. But Jessica didn't miss that slight change in Shannon. So she decided she'd change the conversation to the topic she was sure Shannon was most interested in. Oh yeah, come to think of it, George Nissan, have you finally gotten a girlfriend or what? Where did that come from? I don't think he's ever done that face before. I feel like that's a new face for him. I assume it's at least a few months, because I don't think they would visit like immediately after. Normally that reaction should have been answer enough. But for some reason, as she was now, Shannon wouldn't be able to understand it unless he said it clearly. George-sama is very nice, so I'm sure he's very popular. Yeah, that's why I imagine Kenster. Because this doesn't seem like a year before, that's too long. Well, quit it, Shannon. Isn't cornering him like that actually pretty mean? I wasn't trying to be mean. Oh, that's a really good face. That is a really good face. That is like the face you see at the end of Ashita no Jo. Well, I'm flattered that you have that mistaken impression of me. But unfortunately, I still haven't had a relationship with any particular girl. After all, my looks are below average, as you can see. And I can't speak tactfully in a way that can entertain a girl. Do you think George ever went to a hostess bar? Or a cabaret club? Or I don't know how they were called back then. I think they were cabaret clubs back then. According to Yakuza 0. Since this is like the late 80s. I don't think that's true. Absolutely. And I think a man's charm is decided by something that can't be measured by his appearance. I think George wants to... You don't think that maybe one of his, like, bosses dragged him there? At least once? Like, come on. Come on, kid. Let's put some... Let's have some fun with you, you know? That's why, I think you might be considered a very attractive man, George-sama. Shannon was being uncharacteristically verbose. Yeah, he closes his eyes the entire time. Oh. She hardly ever spoke at such length. George seemed fairly pleased to hear someone applaud his charm like this, but he was just a little surprised at this sudden high praise. Jessica, now sure her guess was spot on, appeared to be barely holding back laughter. Thank you, Shannon-chan. I hope I do bump into a girl who's generous enough to feel attracted to me before too long. Yes, I'm sure you'll run into one. I'm sure there's at least one. No, a lot of girls who will recognize your real charm. She probably wanted to say that there was at least one girl very close to him. Shannon avoided saying that much, drawing a final line as a servant. Really? I guess I'm kind of embarrassed. He had probably never been praised this heavily by a girl before. George's face turned just as bright red as Shannon's. As she watched the two of them, Jessica giggled sadistically. Well, I'm sure you'll eventually bump into a wonderful partner, George Nissan. But I doubt you'll be able to properly escort your partner as you are now, right? It looks like you're diligent, but you've completely abandoned your study of that. Sorry about that. I'll start studying that bit by bit. And how do you plan to do that all by yourself? Are you gonna watch romance movies or something? Or are you gonna learn from Uncle Hideyoshi? Oh, you're acting pretty triumphant. Men are no match for girls when it comes to this sort of thing. Normally, when George and Jessica got together, their parents would say, George is diligent and admirable, and Jessica is lazy and rude. But it was probably unbearable fun for Jessica to have their roles finally reversed. What about Badler? Badler is a fucking clown. That's what they said about Badler. George realized this as well, so he resigned himself to being the one getting teased for once. So, George Nissan, as long as you're okay with it, why not practice a bit with Shannon? It'll be your job to keep Shannon entertained all day long on a date. What do you think? What are you... Milady? When she heard Jessica's audacious plan, Shannon's face turned bright red with a poof, and a donut of smoke started to rise from her head. I mean, have you seen his wife? Have you seen his wife? That's a very tempting plan, but I wouldn't want to burden Shannon-chan. Battler will date multiple girls. I mean, yeah, I can see that. Totally. He's got the you know, the pro of being a funny guy, so he's probably very popular because of that. But I wouldn't want to burden Shannon-chan. It'd just end up wasting one of her precious days off, wouldn't it? It'd be butting in on that sacred time that she should be spending alone with someone she really likes. I couldn't do something so boorish. Shannon is thinking like, yeah, I kinda wanted to play Dragon Quest. I don't even know if that's out yet. Maybe. I think it might be out by this point. Maybe even the second one. I also don't have a person I have feelings for or anything, so there's no... Yes, there's no need to hold back for my sake. Shannon's blood had all rushed to her head, and it looked like even she didn't know what she was babbling about. Jessica, who knew how Shannon normally was, seemed to be finding this hilarious. She couldn't hide her cackling laughter anymore. Is that true? I can't believe a cute girl like you would be single, Shannon-chan. I'm a servant, so of course I don't have any relationships with boys, Which means that if Shannon ever wants a chance of getting herself a wonderful guy, she needs practice with relationships too, right? Dennis has just released in May. Oh no! She just wants to play it. Sweet, that'll be perfect. Jessica responsibly cheered the two of them on. By now, even George was turning his head and turning red. George, I've been calling to you for a while now. Didn't you hear me? When Eva appeared in what was already an embarrassing situation, both of them got even more flustered. Jessica watched and laughed loudly. Mother! Sorry, I was so engrossed in our conversation. I didn't notice. Oh, Eva-sama, you have my deepest apologies. It looks like you young kids are getting really fired up together. You're all about that age. Oh, I know how you kids your age can talk about that sort of thing forever. Come on, you're still young yourself, Aunt Eva. Please tell us how you and Uncle Hideyoshi met. Oh my, there's no way I could say that. You all really are so young. So, what is it, Mother? You called because you wanted something, right? Your father and the rest have finished talking. We're going to talk to Grandfather about you, so come on. About me? What could that be? The same thing you were talking about just now. You know what I mean, right? Oh, that. That isn't really something we need to talk to Grandfather about, right? What's going on? Wait, George Nissan, are you getting married? Congratulations! No. Didn't I just say I didn't have a particular woman I was interested in? That isn't something to brag about, is it? Good grief. Eva smiled bitterly, looking a little exasperated. Oh, I get it. George Nissan, it's one of those, right, an omiai, a marriage meeting. A marriage meeting, you say? Well, yeah. Surely, as a man, George wanted to find a partner by himself and bring her home with him. So it seemed he thought it a bit pathetic to meet his partner for the first time in a marriage meeting arranged by his parents. Shouldn't marriage meetings be done at a more mature age? Still don't feel like I've become a full-fledged adult. Of course, we have no desire to rush an immediate engagement or marriage, right? There's nothing wrong with deepening your friendship first, and then having her move to our family register after you're getting older and settle down. Judging by Eva's forceful attitude and George's non-committal one, the others could catch a glimpse of the story behind this marriage meeting. They didn't know who George was supposed to be meeting, but it was surely someone who would profit Eva's family in a business sense. The very fact that they'd be satisfied with a mere engagement to deepen the relationships between the two families, rather than immediate marriage, made it feel almost like a political maneuver. You see, marriage isn't something you should enter into only after you start liking someone. You marry first, and then you adjust. If you marry based purely on emotions, you'll always end up regretting it. There's certainly nothing wrong with choosing a person with a secure background for your partner in life, and then developing your affection later. Aunt Eva, isn't that kind of rude to Uncle Hideyoshi? I love that man. I want to always be with him and to live my life by his side. Eva-sama, that's wonderful. Truly splendid. Thank you. But we built up those feelings while we were husband and wife, you see? And I believe that in the future we will be much, much closer than we are now. I think that's what's best for a married couple. It's kind of like how you make friends at school. They force you to be together first and then you make friends with them. Still, I don't think you can use that to argue that it's okay to marry someone you don't even like. But it also doesn't mean that it's okay to marry anyone as long as you like them. It only takes an instant to get married, but your life as a married couple will last a long, long time after that. So, you should search with prudence and avoid making decisions based on momentary emotions. Don't you think a matter like this would be better handled by us, rather than by a person lacking in life experience such as yourself? That may be true, but I'm proud of you, my only son. You've grown magnificently, and I'm sure you'll do us proud no matter where you go. And now that Battler-kun has left the family register, you are father's only male grandchild carrying his blood. We must prudently choose a fitting partner for you. As everyone related to the Yoshinomiya family knew, Eva adored George immensely. But that didn't mean she had pampered him. She had been strict with him and had raised him into a wonderful boy who wouldn't betray her expectations. That was why she treasured him so. Your partner certainly won't be selected based on your parents' profit and loss. I'll bring you a suitable and truly wonderful woman. So you won't be dating the maid, right, George? At this moment, your immaturity might make this seem unpleasant to you. But if you're going to take my advice on anything, listen to me now. Have I ever failed to act in your best interest? No, you haven't. That's enough for now, so let's go. We're keeping father waiting. Hurry to the mansion. Well, sorry, you two. See you later. George bowed to the two of them, and after bowing once more to Shannon, he dashed off to the mansion. Oh, for sure. He's probably gonna get there, and Kinso's not even gonna be there. I'll be going with him. Forgive me for interrupting such an entertaining conversation. Jessica-chan. Shannon-chan. No. Please don't worry about it. Come on, Shannon. Let's go. Yes. It's okay. I'm sure you'll meet someone wonderful soon too, Jessica-chan. A wonderful person suitable for you. So, if he's at the same level as me, you mean a guy with shit grades? That kind of pisses me off. And of course, you too, Shannon-chan. I'm sure that a wonderful man suitable for you will appear. Yes. Thank you very much. As Eva giggled and smiled, she approached Shannon's ear with a hand over her mouth, as though she was trying to tell her a secret. Oh, fuck. Huh? I'm sure you'll find a perfect match for a lowly servant like yourself. Have you forgotten to be grateful for your education? Know your place. That's not what I meant. George is the eldest grandson carrying father's blood. He's a person who may bear the burden of Ushinomiya family someday in the future. To answer to that expectation, he has studied tirelessly, entered a wonderful college, and is getting wonderful grades. Did you really think you could snatch George away, you uneducated, incompetent, unqualified, uncultured servant? Those malicious words all poured into Shannon's ear without spilling a drop. To Shannon, it was like cold water was being poured in there. I didn't mean... This was all whispered to Shannon in secret. And with the same smile as before. Jessica, who could only see Eva's expression, didn't think it was anything other than Eva telling Shannon some embarrassing story about love. When their secret conversation ended, Eva patted Shannon's shoulders as though she was urging her on. Don't worry, I'm sure you'll find a perfect match for a partner. Right? Okay, Jessica-chan. See you later. Yeah, see you later. Make sure you tell me about you and Uncle Hideyoshi next time. No way. Eva laughed loudly and headed back to the entrance hall. Behind Jessica, who was cheerfully waving her hands, Shannon reflected very, very deeply on those words of Eva's about knowing her place. It's time for me to take a serious look at how full of myself I've been acting. I forgot. I'm furniture. Furniture isn't human. So I'm a being who must feel gratitude for even being treated like a human. And I am not permitted to wish for anything more. People sometimes develop affection for furniture they're used to using. But that is an emotion on the human side. And the furniture has no right to hope for such a thing. It's enough that furniture served with simple honesty day after day. That feeling I got when talking to George-sama and Jessica-sama is the same as a forbidding drug to me. In other words, it may be an emotion I must never experience. Shannon, you've had your head in the clouds for some time now. Do you not feel well? No. My apologies. Natsuhi's words were right on the mark. Even Shannon couldn't believe that she hadn't noticed Natsuhi until she had called. Normally, it was essential that she focus on her cleaning at this time of day. But she'd spend all her time sighing and hardly making any progress. Even when there aren't any guests around, you must always be alert. Behavior like this is shameful for Ushinomiya family servant. Yes, ma'am. I will take care from now on. The head and my husband will return very soon. Have you finished cleaning the study? Have you finished cleaning the staircase? My apologies. Not yet. Yes, I know. So I had Lunan do it. Lunan! I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. If the furniture thing is like a real life thing. Probably. Freaking Lunan. While you were plodding around cleaning the hallway, she finished cleaning the study and the staircase. That's because I wanted to clean it properly, so I took some time. That is the Shane emote. That's Shane, yeah. Everybody knows about Shane. Hang on. Okay. There. Shannon was simple and honest, so she would always carry out her task seriously and properly, without any omissions. So she was always slow with her work. In contrast, Lunan cleverly avoided doing extra work whenever it was possible, so she could complete her jobs with a result that looked almost the same to an outsider, but in a much shorter time. In other words, she was a shrewd employee. She was actually super smart, and I approve of her methods. Compared to that, it's probably fair to say that Shannon wasn't very shrewd at all, talking back to Natsuhi when Natsuhi was in a bad mood. Of course, there was nothing that Natsuhi couldn't stand more than a servant talking back. Her forehead creased and she spoke sternly, and yet her slow, admonishing style of speech was even more terrifying, and finally made Shannon realize she had said the wrong thing. Then perhaps you should aim to do a truly thorough cleaning. Shannon, I urge you to clean the reception hall right now. It is an important hall, where several pictures treasured by the head are displayed, and where honored guests of the Ushinomiya family are welcomed. Clean it thoroughly, so that not a speck of dust remains, and so that even you are satisfied. Of course, you will finish before the day is out. Until you finish that and report to me, you will not be permitted any food or rest. Understood? Yes, madam. That is good. Servants should endeavor to only use those words. The next time you talk back, your punishment will be even more severe. So with that in mind, engrave these words into your hearts. Yes, madam. Thank you for your guidance. You're welcome. Have a good night, Mr. Taco. Rest well. Behaving as though her headache was troubling her, Natsui headed off the court. I don't think he was acting or anything. I think she just has a headache forever. When she couldn't see her anymore, Shannon hung her head and sighed. This was what happened when she had her head in the clouds. Even though I'm bad at everything I do, I should be able to at least carry out the cleaning as well as an average person can, right? It's because I can't even perform that very well that I'm crying so pathetically. But what's even more shameful is that not only have I been unable to perform a single bit of cleaning well, but just now, when Natsuhi was scolding me, I imagined that person appearing and rescuing me. She lost her headache as soon as Kraus died, and she got her fucking gone. If only George-sama were here. Would he casually step in and save me? Surely he'd show up cheerfully, intentionally acting like he didn't know what was going on, nimbly change the subject and make me forget I'd ever been rebuked by Natsuhi. I kept envisioning him, suddenly appearing from the other side of the door, or the other end of the hallway. I envisioned the kind of person that would be an appropriate partner for him in a marriage meeting. And I envisioned how unfitting I was for him. Me neither. Eva clearly told me. It's been repeating over and over in my dreams. Well, no, that's not true. It happens once. She still has some headaches, and then Eva dies, and then the headaches are gone. That was a little bit of a loose end there. Eva clearly told me. It's been repeating over and over in my dreams. You're still as clumsy as always, Ne-san. My lady has been in a bad mood since this morning. That just now happened because you talked too much, when you should have just hung your head in silence. Kanon-kun. Oh, it's Kanon, guys! Let's go! I don't know about you guys, but I think Kanon was my favorite character in part 1. I don't know why I got really attached to him in part 1. He's just a little guy. He's doing his best. Kanon was suddenly there. His footsteps were always quieter than a cat's, and he never left any trace of his presence. He probably could have stood there forever, and she still wouldn't have noticed him. The thing is, he's kind of epic, yeah. The expression on Kanon's face was one of hatred. He made that expression for Shannon, who didn't know how to do it herself. He was doing the thing of that one video where there's like a rat, like clenching its fists in anger. He's doing that. Madame and Lunon can fall into hell. That person knows where Madame checks and only cleans those areas. Her cleaning just now was like that. I know because I saw. She wasn't really cleaning. She's just the worst kind of parasites, leeching off your thorough cleaning. You mustn't use such dirty words. Dirty words pollute your clean soul, Kanon-kun. So at least don't use those words in front of me. Okay? Kanon turned away as though sulking. It was a reaction that hid his true feelings, which was very like Kanon. But I was a little happy. He was getting mad for my sake. Cleaning the reception hall will be tough. I'll help. Thank you. But I was the one Madam ordered, so don't worry. Don't you also have your own work, Kanon-kun? It's a filthy job. My soul was polluted long ago. Kanon then hung his head and bit his lower lip. Just hearing you say you'll help is enough for me. If you don't go back to your own job, then you'll be punished as well, and that would make me sad. Shannon knew Kanon's character well. Sometimes he didn't think enough about himself. Sometimes. If I don't refuse forcefully, he'll help me even if it means neglecting his own job. Kanon was a little sad that his goodwill had been rejected. But he realized that what he was doing would only hurt her more in the end, and he gave a single small sigh. Understood. Do your best, Nessan. Yes, and I'm also partly to blame. You aren't at fault at all, Nessan. No, I am. So go now. Kanon-kun's face showed that he still hadn't completely accepted it, but without being any more obstinate, he disappeared. Even though Kanon-kun came to give me words of comfort when I was down, even so, I was dejected again because it wasn't him. That, in itself, was a sin. It went far beyond any dream the likes of me could be permitted to see. I don't know my place. Shannon, who had neglected breakfast, already felt for concentration began to waver. But if she didn't finish up cleaning the reception hall, she wouldn't receive Natsuhi's permission to eat. That cruel Natsuhi had surely told the kitchen something to that effect. I have to respectfully receive Madam's punishments. That's right. My position in the world is furniture, and I've been intoxicated by a dream that's beyond me. Oh, look! New place. I guess this is the hallway she was cleaning. I finished cleaning the hallway and went to the reception hall. Maybe my hunger made my nose more sensitive. I could sense a delicious aroma wafting from the kitchen, even though it was far away and my empty stomach was encouraged even more. Until I finished up here, I wouldn't get any soup. I just had to resolve myself to doing it. Several portraits were hung in the reception hall. One of those portraits was thought to hold a special meaning amongst the servants. It was the portrait of the witch. That wasn't its true name, but everyone in the mansion called it that. The name of the woman with elegant blonde hair, drawn as the subject of that portrait, was Beatrice. It was whispered that she might be the former mistress of Kinso, the family head, and also that she was the great witch who had given Kinso the gold of the legends. There you go, Bug. The witch Beatrice, master of the knights on Rokkenjima. She was gracious to those who respected her, but she would surely curse those who made light of her. It was in Shannon's character not to neglect rules and beliefs such as those. So she thought of the portrait of her other master as that person herself, and always treated it carefully, treasuring it. And it had become part of her daily routine to tell the witch, who only existed inside the portrait, the secret of her heart. I think I need water. Give me a second. I've done it. I drank the water. God's precious water. She was furniture. Furniture doesn't complain. Cannot complain. So she had no right to speak her mind about her difficult case. She had no right to open her mouth and say those words. So she at least spoke her mind inside her heart. She spoke her mind inside her heart, using words she couldn't say out loud, and protested to the formless witch. Of course, the witch didn't answer. She didn't console, and she didn't laugh it off. Shannon could only interpret that silence as she liked, as though the witch was responding agreeably. Beatrice-sama, please listen to the story of my worthless self. As Shannon wiped the dust from the witch's portrait, she spoke that inside her heart. I certainly am incompetent and uncultured, just as Eva-sama said. I am not a person, so maybe I have no right to love. But in that case, why was I given a heart that can know love? At that point, Shannon held back her tears for a moment. The sound of the rain, which had started falling, along with the chill air in the reception hall, made her feel as though her shabbiness had increased another level. Real furniture doesn't have anything like a heart, so they don't have to love people, right? So they don't feel pain. I'm just another piece of furniture. Why do I have a heart? If it's going to be this painful and this harsh, I wish I was never given a heart like this. I see. So a heart was given to furniture. It would seem that even that man is capable of some quite amusing things every now and then. What? The witch that never answered or laughed answered and laughed. Was it my imagination? Was I hearing things? No, that's wrong. After all, the next words became a voice, and I could hear them. Not with my heart, but with my ears. There it is! Fuck yeah! Recognize that tune? Humans have continually searched for the elements that make up the world, since before the modern era. It is said that in ancient times, the Greeks tried explaining the world with the four elements of wind, fire, water, and earth. And after that, other several millennia, humans added several elements to those four, trying to explain the world with several interpretations, such as the 5 elements, the 6 elements, the 7 elements, the 8 elements, and the 12 elements. But they were never able to describe the one sole truth that exists, the single element. However, a single man appeared by the guidance of a star, and finally explained the single element that makes up the worlds. Know what it is? Who? Shannon fearfully turned around. Right there. She existed. Not as an illusion, but as a reality. The contrast made by the lighting made it clear that this was no mere daydream. It is love. The witch of the portrait elegantly held a golden pipe to her mouth and giggled. I think, if I recall correctly, the name of this track is Golden Pipe. Cause Fishy Aroma is the track that plays when the family receives the letter from Maria and they all start bickering with each other. You remember that one? That one is Fishy Aroma. She laughed at the ignorance that causes humankind's thought to stray far from the most simple answer. That man explained everything in the world with love. That is a single element. That man fully explained how the world was constructed with the smallest possible number. How simple and clear, how splendid, exhilarating, pleasant, and thrilling. The title says, don't worry, it's fine. The letter made from mackerel. The year that man was finally born is called the start of the modern era. Shannon lost any words to speak. She saw that when first meeting an unknown guest, her first words should be to ask that person's name. But without saying anything, Shannon knew this person's name, so she refrains. No. Surely it would be the greatest disrespect for someone who lived or worked on this island to ask this woman her name. After all, she was the other master of this island, besides Kinso. Beatrice-sama. Indeed. I am Beatrice. Even after 1,000 years, I see that people still always give me that look when we first meet. And here she is. Yeah, it's still the same description. She likes black tea and ice cream, she hates boredom and people who deny her existence. The 19th person. The witch giggled at how Shannon's reaction didn't betray her expectations. Shannon realized that she had met with a being that mustn't be met with, and she took a step backwards. Still a gap in there. Really? Let me see. Oh yeah, there's still a gap in here. Well, you know who should be here. We all know who should be in this gap. Maria's father. Will it ever be filled up? Who knows? Go the two. That's where the wall and the portrait were, so even as she gazed at the witch's portrait was touching her back. The source of your troubles is love. Love, the single element that makes up this world. In other words, it is everything in this world. When it is lacking, then your world is lacking too. It is no different from scooping water into a canteen with a hole in it. Even if you scoop and scoop, that eternal desert of the heart never fills. It is the original thing that humans are founded upon and everything is made of. Understand? When Adam and Eve put the fruit of knowledge to their lips, love is what they learned of. Because of that, humans were chased out of the garden and became fully human. Which means that knowing love and suffering is what makes one human. You kind-hearted child, you ought to be praised. Now that you have gained this knowledge, you are no longer furniture. You are now human. I recognize that with all the authority of my name. Isn't it hard for a common person to understand? Oh, is it hard for a common person to understand? Very well then. Forgive me. It has been a long time since I have spoken with a human. Allow me to apologize for my talkativeness. Without waiting for a reply from Shannon, Beatrice laughed pleasantly for a while. Perhaps this isn't much by way of an apology, but I would be willing to grant that wish of yours with my power, if you so desire. Huh? The meaning of those words surprised Shannon even more than the witch's sudden appearance. I am offering to bring you and the one you love together. Normally, I would demand something of equal value in return. However, I'm in a good mood, and you have never failed to pay your respects to me in the past. That is something worth rewarding. No! Camilla, no! You need to get out of there! It's dangerous! Is that true? Normally, Shannon would have been shocked and struck dumb by this seemingly impossible guest. However, almost as though she was already under the witch's spell, Shannon responded. With my magic, it would be no trouble at all to arrange for you to be joined with the one you love. Yes, of course, Shannon almost said that without thinking, but held back with her last bit of common sense. After all, this is a witch. A sinister being. The witch Beatrice is clearly trying to slip in through the cracks in my heart and take me prisoner. A sort of temptation which so many fairy tale picture books warned me about when I was young is right in front of me now. Fear is also a form of respect. It may be pleasant for me, but we will make no progress this way. I may not differ much from the image of a detestable witch that you hold in your mind. However, I do bestow my favor upon those who respect me. Aren't humans the same? Well, I doubt any human would bestow a favor upon one with such a hostile attitude. My apologies, I didn't mean... Shannon eventually realized how rude she was acting towards this guest. And she finally digested the words that had been spoken to her a short while ago. You are no longer furniture. Now you are human. As she reflected upon those words, Shannon felt as though the witch understood all her worries. Was that, just now, about a reward? I say that I can arrange it to be joined with the man who has captured your heart. Think of it as a sign of my gratitude for your diligence in polishing my portrait day after day. Calm yourself, I ask for nothing in return. I'm generous. However, though I ask for nothing in return, I do have a request. Look, here it comes. Shannon's heart sent her a warning. This is what all those scary picture booths she'd read when she was little had warned her about. Do you know of the small torii and shrine that have been constructed on the ocean very near this island, which you can see when you gaze at the cliffs? Shannon immediately remembered it. When I reached Rokinjima by boat, there was a torii and a shrine on a reef that was too small to be called even an islet. I'm pretty sure Kumasawa-san told me its history, but I can't remember it well. A traveling Shugenja, kind of holy man, had built it on a freight there or something. Yes, I know about it, but why do you bring it up? I will not explain everything, including the very basics, to one ignorant of demons. Simply put, it's causing me trouble. The truth is, there's a mirror kept inside that shrine. I want you to break it. It was quite a suspicious request. Shannon didn't know the details, but anything stored inside a shrine would have to be something sacred. And she wants me to break it? How would a witch ask a human for help, instead of doing it herself? There was no need for Shannon to speak her thoughts aloud. Beatrice responded to Shannon's reasonable doubt before Shannon could give her an answer. The magical power of that mirror opposes my own. It wasn't George? I did have my suspicions when George referred to himself as a girl. But you never know. I cannot explain it well with human words. For example, let us speak of the differences between utensils. That mirror is a fork, and my power is soup. You cannot drink soup with a fork, correct? If only the resistance of that mirror were gone, I could produce a spoon ideal for drinking soup. After that, I could drink soup as I pleased, and even dig my way out of a rocky prison. I could even gouge someone's eye out with it. Was that not the phrase? I don't know what you're talking about. If my poor education is to blame, I apologize. It comes down to this. If you take action and break that annoying mirror for me, I shall grant your wish as a reward. I am quite in the good mood today. You may even change your wish and receive all the gold I bestowed upon Kinso if you so desire. I refuse. What? When she heard Shannon's words, Beatrice realized for the first time that her expectations had been betrayed. If you have a reason, tell me. If there has been some misunderstanding, I shall resolve it. I don't really understand the reason, but up until now this island had been at peace and nothing bad has happened, so even if I don't break the mirror, the peace that has existed until today should continue into the future. Yes, you're quite right. It's just as you say. If you don't break the mirror, the same unbreakable days that have passed until now will continue into tomorrow and the next day. Why don't I give you an absolute guarantee? I shall stick my name, Beatrice, on it. The unbreakable days before this time will continue into tomorrow, and the next day, and for eternity, in perpetuity. Shannon felt overwhelmed by an eerie illusion. The mirror probably existed for the purpose of restraining the witch. So if Shannon broke it, the person who stood to gain was supposedly the witch herself. And yet, Shannon felt somehow that she had to do it for her own sake. Felt like some premise had been switched around, like some sort of chessboard had been flipped. I will do nothing but grant you a chance to bring your feelings to fruition. It's up to you to decide whether you'll break it or not. If you break it, I shall grant your wish. If you don't, the tomorrows that came before today will continue for all eternity. Your wish will not be granted for all time. Do you understand? Do you see what I mean? The witch was speaking. She was pressing Shannon, saying she must break the mirror if she ever wanted to be united with George. It was a declaration that Shannon's feelings would never be brought to fruition unless she broke it. Please, stop it. I don't want to hear something like that. It was never my goal to cause you pain. Oh well. When love leads to madness, that is when we see the true charm of humanity. Enjoy that emotion to your heart's content. However, if you wish to borrow my power, feel free to break that mirror at any time. And then you may yell my name and awaken me. I will certainly keep my promise. This way, you'd have no complaints, right? I won't force you to decide right now. Easy, is it not? Was it really such an easy thing to do? No, it certainly wasn't. To Shannon, who was burning with infatuation and worried by love, being tempted constantly and eternally with a way out was truly a cruel trial. I won't set a time limit on that promise, but there is a time limit on the magic that can grant your wish. That limit is not of my making. The one you love will decide it himself. You see my meaning? No, I don't understand. When the one you care for finds a partner to whom he ought to pledge his love, that limit will be reached. I may be a witch, but I am no demon. I possess no magic to tear apart a pair of those who love each other. The one you love will soon be attending a marriage meeting, yes? You may have stronger feelings for that man than anyone else in the world. However, that doesn't mean you are the most suitable partner for him, does it? I know with whom he will be having his marriage meeting. That girl is the most suitable for Ushinomiya George in the entire world. She came from a good school, achieved good grades, and possessed both composure and thoughtfulness. She's more beautiful than you, wiser than you, more suitable than you. How could an ignorant, incompetent, uncultured girl like you be suitable? You know better than anyone. There are none less suitable than you. Even imagining that you and Ushinomiya George could be joined is sinful and foolish. Foolish. Know your place. Have you forgotten to be grateful for your education? Know your place. Nobody wants this guy. George is the eldest grandson carrying father's blood. He is a person who may bear the burden of the Ushinomiya family someday in the future. To answer to that expectation, he has studied tirelessly, entered a wonderful college, and is getting wonderful grades. Oh, these are Eva's words. When I saw father up there, I was like, who's saying this? It's this is Eva. Do you really think you could snatch George away, you uneducated, incompetent, unqualified, uncultured servant? And now she's getting the laugh. Stop it! Don't bully Shannon. Who the hell are you? At that time, as Shannon held her head, trying to protect her heart from the blade of Beatrice's words, Cannon ran in front of her. Cannon didn't care who this woman was. If this was an enemy tormenting Shannon, whom he loved and respected as a sister, nothing else mattered. Cannon-kun, stay back, this person is... It seemed Cannon also realized that the being standing before him was the witch of the portrait. And also, she was something to be feared. This is fishy aroma. I simply wish to give Shannon a chance to claim her reward, but it seems I said too much and ended up hurting her. I must apologize for that. But I shall leave behind that promise as a reward to you. If you need my power, call me at any time. I have already told you how. Well then, let us call it a night. Hostile gazes may be pleasant, but they damage your beauty, yes? Disappear! I don't know who you are, but you're threatening Shannon. Don't ever show yourself again. Cannon's words seemed to deeply annoy the witch. Watch your language, lowborn. I may be gracious to those who respect me, but I'm brutal to those who do not. While she still smiled, the witch's face began to twist itself. Then, an oppressive feeling that couldn't be noticed with any of the five senses gradually filled the room. Even though they couldn't understand it, they immediately realized it was something terrifying. When you swim in the ocean and something large passes by in the water beneath you. You want to escape to land even before you learn what it is. That's exactly what this was like. Please stop, Beatrice-sama. Cannon-kun is still a child. I apologize for his language. Cannon placed his body between the witch and Shannon. There was intense sweat on his forehead. At that time, the witch certainly held Cannon's fate in the palm of her hands. She didn't even need to lift a finger. She held a grasp on his fate so tight that a single twist of her smile could easily crush it. We have to accept being sad forever! Leave her alone! He was finally starting to cope. Now she has to start all over. Cannon understood that as well. So he started sweating. His knees felt weak. His arms spaghetti. However, Beatrice abruptly released that feeling of tension and laughed. Very well. If you ask, I will forgive you, just this once. Cannon, is it? In deference to her, I shall forgive you tonight and send you off. You ought to thank me. Well then, let us call it a night. In parting, I shall leave you with a small souvenir. Hold out the palm of your left hands, you two. When Beatrice groaned broadly and snapped her fingers. Their left hands stretched out in front of them against their will and their palms opened. It was a strange sensation, as though only their left hands now belonged to someone else. The spaghetti line caused me to double think. Like, wait a second. It felt like only their left hands had become puppets, which were being pulled by strings hanging down from the ceiling. What are you trying to do? Cannon resisted, but he couldn't retract his hands of his own free will. Don't struggle. It will be over soon. When Beatrice held her pipe aloft, a gold-colored sparkling dust came out of the smoke and hovered in the air. Sparkle eventually became several gold butterflies. The beautiful butterflies dance freely throughout the reception hall, forming a fantastical and beautiful world. and 2 of those butterflies alighted on the palms of Shannon's and Cannon's hands. How? There was a sharp pain, as though they had been burned. One of the 2 of them tried to examine their palms. A hole on their bodies, which had been there a second ago, had gone without a trace. A mark? Yes. There was now a tiny burn mark on the palm of her hands, and it was shaped like a butterfly. What is this supposed to be? Apparently, Cannon had the same mark on his hands. He stared at the witch hatefully. A simple greeting. I have no hidden motive. It is nothing more than a bruise, so it will heal in just a few days. There's not even any need to take care for it. I made that mark so that tomorrow, you will not forget that I truly was here, and that I made a promise with you. An encounter with me can be quite shocking. Sometimes, when the next morning comes, people try to think of such an encounter as a dream, or an illusion. You ought to consider this slowly and carefully, Shannon. And you should probably take a good rest. Look at my mark tomorrow morning, and try considering it again. I shall not coerce you in any way. You should freely decide your future, by your own will. Still, to think that one could obtain the object of their desire for such a small price. Surely this would annoy to no end the great artists who write plays about blighted love. Well then, let us meet again when the chance arises. How entertaining it is to have a conversation again after so much time. Goodbye, furniture. Ah. Beatrice's body crumbled like smoke and blew away. It was golden smoke. No, a cloud of gold butterflies. They scattered in all directions inside the reception hall, leaving a golden splash before disappearing into thin air. After that, only a cold silence was left. It was so silent, it made both of them think they might have been daydreaming until just a moment ago. Which was why the witch had left those marks. She had done so to make it impossible for them to think of this as daydream. As Shannon and Cannon remembered the butterfly bruises on their hands, and the pain they'd felt when they'd been made, they kept standing still, stunned. From that moment on, Shannon was tormented by days of suffering and conflict. Awesome. What? What do you mean separate rooms? So wait, you and George Nissan stayed in different rooms on purpose? Yes. Is it really so strange? Oh, this is after the date. Jessica's cheeks had been stuffed with a chocolate-coated Shinsuko biscuit that Shannon had brought as a present from Okinawa. And it all came flying out at Shannon when Jessica cried out. Shannon, why did you even go on a trip to Okinawa? You were alone with George Nissan. Well, he said there was a huge aquarium in Okinawa and invited me to go. And I like fish and stuff. That's not the point. We're talking about a healthy guy and a girl going on an overnight trip, right? And you're saying there weren't even any hugs and kisses? Same. And seriously, what's up with that guy and girl staying in different rooms? As for kisses, no comment. But we did hug. George-san's chest was warm. That's not the point. Ah, jeez. Why do couples like this exist? Ah, jeez. can't take it anymore. From Shannon's point of view, it was an incredibly happy trip for various reasons. But it looked like Jessica found her pace to be pretty irritating. For a while, Jessica chewed her presents. Yeah, like, no kisses. What the hell? Complaining about romance and pretending to faint in agony on her bed. Shannon and George had chosen to go to Okinawa because there was a huge aquarium there. They did this because an aquarium had given them the opportunity to start going out. Since their relationship had started at an aquarium, having their first overnight trip also be to an aquarium must have held some commemorative value. Ah, fuck, they're saying the word again. That's like a huge commemorative turning point. And your first overnight trip. How could you not make all kinds of progress there? But instead, you both got separate rooms? A couple taking 2 single rooms? Ah, geez, seriously, what is wrong with you? But we're both unmarried. Your son says showing restraint is good manners for a couple. Like I said, the whole point of this overnight trip was so you could overcome that stage, right? You should be way beyond just kissing and hugging by now. Milady, I don't know what you mean by that. But George-sama was a real gentleman with me until the end. I also wondered if those things would happen, you know, but even though we're going out, it's not like we're married or anything. Well, George is not the one with a cross on his outfit. That's Battler. These things you seem to be expecting, should only be done after making a vow before a god. And, oh. Shannon's face got bright red. An upside down one. Well, he's in a rebellious phase. He'll come back around eventually. He'll come around, I believe in him. He'll come back to the light. She made a circle with... Oh yeah, he's a veteran. He went to war. That's right. Restlessly intertwining, separating, and making heart marks with them. Apparently, the dramatic progress Jessica had looked forward to hadn't happened. But it seemed to have been a very important experience for Shannon in her own way. In the end, whether Jessica was jealous of Shannon or made fun of her, it didn't change the fact that Shannon had a huge lead on her. I want a boyfriend too! I can't believe you got ahead of me! Even though we promised that we'd find boyfriends at the same time, you beat me! Ah! You're a wonderful person, milady, so I'm sure you'll find someone wonderful much quicker than me. Don't try to console me! Shannon, you traitor! Get out! Shut up! And then she starts coughing. Jessica threw several cushions at her. But midway, she had an asthma attack and started to choke pretty badly. Shannon hurriedly ran over to the nearby side table and started searching around on top of it. A cute basket was placed there, and inside of it was Jessica's bronchodilator. Why can't they just call it an inhaler? Shannon picked it up and handed it over to Jessica. Jessica's asthma attacks always came suddenly. Because of that, she always needed to carry this medicine around. She breathed in the medicine and, after a while, managed to overcome her choking as her asthma finally settled down. Shannon thought this was a good chance to leave and tried to exit the room after bowing courteously. As she did, one more small cushion came flying and hit Shannon on the head. She noticed that Jessica was on the verge of crying, half of her face buried in her last and favorite cushion. That face was red and meek. Milady? Shannon, be honest with me. Is my hairdo and stuff weird? What are you saying? I think your hair is very beautiful. Then are my eyes strange? Or maybe my nose? Or is it the way I talk after all? Is that why I can't get a boyfriend? Of course not. My lady, you're wonderful enough as you are. And I think your charm will keep on increasing more and more from now on. But I'm the only one who can't find a boyfriend. Sako and Hina managed to get boyfriends, but only I can't. Is it because I don't have any charm after all? You know, everyone says they'll bring their boyfriends to the cultural festival. And I was sure I'd have a boyfriend before then, so I started bragging. There's no way I'll get a boyfriend. I'm the only one. She goes to school, yes. She has to go to school on a boat, and it's really fucking annoying, apparently. And I can see why. And if the weather is bad, she has to stay at some other place until she can go back home. I think she mentions it at the very... like on the first part of episode 1. Very early on in the story. Before she realized that Jessica was shedding huge tears. Jessica didn't really feel like crying, and of course, she felt like supporting Shannon's progress in love as a friend. However, as she had cheered Shannon on, her true feelings had suddenly gotten mixed in, and she couldn't help but shed tears. Shannon understood Jessica's innocent and easily injured heart. The rough style of speech Jessica usually used was all just an attempt to protect that fragile heart. As a daughter and successor to the Ushinomiya family, and as a girl isolated in Rokonjima, the only person she could expose her true feelings to was Shannon. Shannon understood that, so she strongly regretted acting smug, even if it was only a little. Sorry. I'm so weird crying like this. Sorry. You're a wonderful person, milady. There's no way you won't find a wonderful man. Shannon, it's about time, right? If you don't go quickly, Genji-san and Mom will get mad. I'm just fine, so hurry up. Sorry for crying like this. I'm such a moron. Jessica faced away, acting as though she didn't really want to trouble Shannon. Waving her hand as though chasing Shannon away. Shannon took that as a sign that Jessica didn't want to be bothered anymore. Bowed her head and left the room. Jessica. When Shannon's footsteps disappeared into the distance, Shannon lay down on her bed, still hugging a cushion. Her expression was still a little meek, with tears in her eyes. But for the first time in a long time, she had a very, very quiet and honest conversation with her heart. I also want to fall in love. It's morning! Good morning. As Shannon happily watered the flower beds in the garden, she sensed someone's presence. She turned around, thinking that if one of the family had come to visit, she must greet them. But what she saw was that witch. Beatrice-sama. It's been quite some time. How are you? Has your relationship with the one you love progressed since last we met? As Beatrice sat on the rose arch, she happily blew on her pipe. Sitting in a place like that would crush the roses. And it might have been dangerous if the arch fell over. But this was a witch, after all. Showing concern for her safety was probably a waste of time. Yes. Thanks to you, it's going smoothly. Naturally, the effects of my magic are immediate. Perhaps you feel your meeting was predetermined fate. However, that is a mistake. Don't even think fate has anything to do with it. I understand that. The witch was calling attention to something. Two things, actually. First, that Shannon's relationship with George was a fate that'd be absolutely impossible under normal circumstances. Second, that the power of the witch was great enough to overturn that fact. Shannon had just gotten wrapped up in those sweet days, and had started believing the illusion that all fate revolved around her. but she remembered the witch's words. Originally, her relationship with George had been impossible. No, it might be impossible in the future as well. Sorry, please forgive me. It's just like doctors. You cling to them when you're worried about your health, but after you heal, you forget even to thank them. I've never been thanked as a witch, so I couldn't help acting a little rudely. Forgive me. The gratitude I feel has never slipped my mind. It's thanks to your power that I was able to achieve happiness, Beatrice-sama. And without that power, the fate that brought me and George-sama together would never have happened. I've never forgotten that. Sorry. It's not like I came here to bully you. Being rude is just part of my personality. Do forgive me. More importantly, I heard. So you went on a trip alone with him? I imagine it must have been quite fun. Yes, it was very fun. Shannon's face suddenly lit up. The witch laughed lightly, as though amused by the speed of that transformation. She's so real for that. Already the one you care for is more than the object of one-sided love. You are a pair of lovers now. When two people are filled with love, nothing else is needed to establish a complete world. Perhaps you could call that a wonderful, ideal world. Even witches would be jealous. Beatrice laughed pleasantly. That smile made her look as though she blessed the lovers' rendezvous from the bottom of her heart, without a trace of malice. After that day, Beatrice had shown herself before Shannon every once in a while. Even now, Shannon thought of her as an unsettling being. However, she was also indebted to this person for the magic that had led to her current relationship with George. So Shannon tried with all her might not to act surprised or scared. That's right. Beatrice-sama, I bought some sweets as a souvenir from our trip. Would you, like to try some too? Oh? A souvenir for a witch? It seemed that even a witch who boasted of living for 1,000 years hadn't imagined that she'd receive a souvenir from a sweet lover's trip. When she saw that surprised expression, Shannon thought of this witch as a friend for the first time. They're friends! An Eastern cookie made from wheat flour and lard. To wrap that in Western chocolate is truly a blending of Japanese and Western styles. The Silk Road of sweets. What? What's so funny? Nothing. My apologies. The witch, who surely held a terrifying power, was chomping down on sweets one after another, making a sound like a squirrel stuffing walnuts into its mouth. After a while, Shannon couldn't conceal her laughter. A good meal. I should serve you some dolce vita from Nero one of these days. Roses are the symbol of eternal love. I believe a rose dolce would be appropriate for you now. The witch was in a great mood, fully enjoying modern candy. Here. I truly am grateful. I believe you've done more than enough for me already, so I'm returning this. The thing Shannon had softly set on the table was a gold-colored butterfly brooch. There's no need to return it. If you continue holding that, your relationship should remain firm in perpetuity. Maybe it was the power of magic that brought us together, but I think only the two of us working together can turn that into something that lasts forever. Love and roses are the same. Too much fertilizer causes the roots to rot. Some flowers cannot be raised without hard work. In that case, do as you wish. You may wear it or keep it in a box. That is my goodwill, given to you. Having you return it to me won't please me at all. My apologies. That's not what I... No harm has been done. That brooch is already yours. If you treasure that proof of our friendship, it would indeed bring me some comfort. You may hold on to it and gain its benefits, or you may keep it in a box. If you wish, you may even give it to another who is worrying about love. Or you could simply treasure it. Of course, it would pain my heart if you wasted it. According to Beatrice, she had appeared several times in the past in response to a person's summons, to give them some tool imbued with magical power. However, when most people used that power to resolve their worries, they quickly grew unsettled by it, forgot their former gratitude, and threw away the tools that had been given with disgust. So it's quite rare for me to be thanked for my goodwill. In fact, this might even be the first time. The witch laughed heartily, but it looked like a sad laugh in Shannon's eyes. She herself had been like that in the past. No, maybe she was still like that now. Beatrice was definitely a witch, with a strange and terrifying power. Most people probably wouldn't want to stick around her if they could help it. Surely, even those who had relied on that strange power sometimes felt fear rather than gratitude as a result. It must have deeply hurt the witch to have that happen over and over. Since the time she had started thinking, everyone is always talking, who is the witch or where's the witch? And nobody's asking, how is the witch? Since the time she had started thinking that way, Shannon had tried to stop being frightened of Beatrice. This was surely something that had tormented the witch for over 1,000 years. Makes you think. Maybe she really liked those sweets. Beatrice, who normally spoke abusively, praised the black tea that Shannon served her, and looked to be in remarkably high spirits. After doing that for a while, the witch and the servant grew animated in their discussion of the trip with George. The things Shannon actually knew about Beatrice were surprisingly few. First off, she was a ghost-like being who appeared in unexpected places at unexpected times, and it seemed that not everyone could perceive that she was there. Apparently, everyone has something called a wavelength, and the ability to perceive witches varies greatly among different people. Only Shannon and Canon could interact with her enough to exchange words like this. There were a few people who could sense her presence, but most people couldn't even feel that much. From what Beatrice said, Kraus and his wife in particular had zero magical talents. And no matter how much she followed them around, they would never notice her. Once earlier, when Shannon messed up and Natsuhi got really mad at her, Beatrice had started playing around, hitting Natsuhi on the head with her pipe. I see. Natsuhi really doesn't notice a thing. But Shannon, watching that, had burst out laughing without thinking, and had got scolded even more. Then, what about Master? I heard he's been doing research on magic, so I'm sure he'll be able to notice you, Beatrice-sama. Ginso is the same. He also has a pitiful lack of magical talents. It's the blood. He has so little talent that I pity him. As soon as they started talking about Ginso, it felt like the atmosphere around Beatrice had changed. She had spoken about Kraus and the rest's lack of magic talents as though she looked down on them. But she spoke of Ginso in a different way. Anyone connected to the Yoshinomiya family would know about Ginso's legend of the golds. According to that, Ginso was given the gold after summoning the witch, Beatrice. In other words, she must have had some kind of relationship with Ginso. That was because he succeeded despite having not even a scrap of talents. He kept studying by himself like mad, and managed to become a magician. That's something really incredible, right? Indeed. The witch, who usually looked down on people, was uncharacteristically offering her praise. While she lambasted him by saying he had no talent, she praised his efforts. And then the master summoned Beatrice-sama with the power of magic. Indeed. Well, I only answered the summons on a whim. After all, in this period where magic has long been denied, Here was a man who was without a scrap of talent, yet so desperate to succeed. I thought I'd drop by and poke some fun at him. And that's when my luck ran out. They are the smartest, stupid motherfuckers alive, yeah. Her choice of words highlighted how much of a disaster this had been for her. Shannon hesitated over whether it would be safe to continue this discussion, but Beatrice continued on her own, ignoring Shannon. After all, his contract did have a proper format and set of rules.
Huh? Who's there?
Hello, Tin and Stillian, welcome.
What the...
Welcome, Raiders. How's it going, guys? Hope you guys had a nice and chill or very exciting and awesome stream. What were you guys up to? No, you're not a commands. There we go. Yeah, we're currently in the middle of episode 2. Well, not in the middle, we're still in the beginning of episode 2. All the achievements are you smarter than a... Hell yeah, so you are. You are smarter than a 5th grader. Congratulations. Well done. Yeah, we're currently at the beginning, I guess? Yeah, we are. We're 3 hours in, but this is still the beginning of episode 2 of Umineko. So there's gonna be a bunch of spoilers. At least 6th grade intelligence. Let's go. So be prepared for that, or, you know, if you wanna duck out, that's alright too. Or you can simply block out all the actual content of the story and hear me do the funny voices, if you want. Various procedures were mixed up, but, well, in deference to his enthusiasm, I graciously accepted it. Then I gave him a mountain of gold. Oh, okay. You've got the knowledge of the first episode. Nice. Well done. So yeah, this is still the beginning of episode 2. Basically, what's happened is that the story begins with basically a flashback. Oh, the first 2 episodes, so you're good. We're still on the parts where this gentleman right here has not made an appearance. And he might not even show up, for all we know. And then, the master used that gold and succeeded in a business and grew his wealth into what it is today. Indeed, his talent in magic was minimal, but it seems he had a knack for business and gambling. Or perhaps it was due to the bravery and madness that led him to risk everything on unreasonable bets. Madness sometimes acts as a magical power. I see. If you look at it that way, perhaps it isn't quite fair to say he was completely lacking in magical talents. Shannon felt like she was daydreaming. While everyone in the Yoshinomiya family knew the story of how Kinso idolized black magic, summoned the witch, and received the golds, in actuality, it was all rambling that no one believed in. You know, the more I hear about Kinso, the more he makes me think of Washizu from Akagi, from the creator of Kaiji. It's the Mahjong series. A lot of people haven't watched it because you just need to know about Mahjong to get it. It's really good, and the antagonist of most of the series is a guy called Washizu, who is a rich old man. And Kinso is basically if Washizu had a family. And now, Shannon was having this story confirmed by the witch herself. She felt a little flustered by this incredible secret that only she knew. Once Kinzo gained his vast fortune, he could realize every dream that can be satisfied by objects obtainable in the human worlds. And in the end, he searched for the truth of this world. The truth of this world? The single element that makes up the world? Kinzo, who had gained everything one can attain in the human world, searched for that, the final desire humans seek. The single element. She seemed to remember the witch using that word before. When Beatrice saw Shannon trying to remember what that was, he laughed bitterly, waving her hand and saying there was no need to worry. I underestimated Kinzo just a tad. I truly didn't expect him to display such power. And thanks to that, I'm in this state. I've been still in place on this island for several decades now, without even a friend to drink tea with. No matter whom I try to talk to, my voice doesn't seem to reach them, and no matter where I go, I cannot do anything. Such boring decades. As she laughed in self-derision, he tapped her teacup with her finger. It made the light sound of pottery. Shannon didn't know whether the word self-derision was really an accurate expression to describe the look on the witch's face. Shannon didn't understand everything, but she could more or less figure out the situation. And it was probably a topic that she couldn't press the witch on easily. Not unless the witch started talking about it herself. To sum up everything she had set up until now, Beatrice, who had been summoned by Kinzo's magic, could not leave this island for some reason. And she had lost her power and her form, living her days in boredom. During that time, her words had reached Shannon, who never forgot how to show sincere respect for the witch. And Shannon had helped the witch regain her power, if only a little bit. As a result, it was now possible for the witch to drink tea with Shannon like this. Beatrice-sama, what in the world was that mirror you told me to break? Ah, that. Long ago, it seems various things happened on the islands around this area. Because of that, malignant forces gathered here and began to draw an evil distortion. It seems a traveling Eastern magician or something built a shrine for the repose of souls, and sealed them in there. That in itself has nothing to do with me, but unfortunately, that magical power rested on a different foundation than mine. It created a strong interference with my magic and was extremely bothersome. Is that how it was? And I just assumed it existed only to seal you, Beatrice-sama. I was not its target, but it was a divine mirror. As a result, my power was sealed away. To use food as an example, maybe it would go something like this. Let's say the Western food I ordered is being made in the kitchen. However, when they try to set the table, the area for the guests seating is in the Japanese style with Japanese style dishes. So the kitchen isn't able to serve a plate that would be out of place, and no matter how long I wait, my Western food won't arrive. Something like that. So, you destroy that Japanese style guest sitting and return the area to a blank slate for a time. Thanks to that, my meal I had ordered was finally delivered, and my power came back, you could say. However, so far, only the aperitif has arrived. It will still be quite some time before the main dish. As I am now, I'm even more fragile than a shoe store fairy. Well, what's so amusing? Nothing. I just thought your metaphor was pretty funny. I would have thought to use a story about food as a metaphor for magic. I thought it a rather skillful comparison, but I certainly didn't expect it to be laughed at. I'm a bit offended. A slightly sulky expression rose to the witch's face. It wasn't a strange expression at all to be appearing on the face of some friends as they enjoyed their tea. Although I may not look like it, I was known for doing extremely brutal things in the past. I've gotten soft. Now I can't even have a foolish discussion while drinking tea with a human. She was probably talking to herself, as Beatrice gazed at the seabirds tracing the horizon. She put her tea to her lips again. The clouds have come out. When the ocean loses its brilliance, it's nothing more than a grey puddle. You think so? I think the ocean is beautiful deep blue, even when it gets cloudy. May the witch notice the deep meaning behind Shannon's words. We're back to the deep blue ocean. They keep coming back to this topic. She laughed lightly and set down her empty teacup. It seems those things buried in your eyes aren't black petals anymore. How is it? Do you see how it feels for furniture to be reborn as a human? Yes. I never knew the world was this kind. Since the start of her relationship with George. Shannon's face had grown brighter more often. Her smile had made everything go smoothly, and had even changed her fortune. Shannon made less mistakes in her work than she had before, and the family members' opinion of her was slowly starting to change. Just the other day, she had been surprised when Krause, who had rarely exchanged words with her, had suddenly started talking to her. You've been wearing a befriended smile more often lately, haven't you? Has something good happened? No, but every day is fun, yes? Wonderful. It goes without saying that coffee is more delicious when poured with a smile. Could I ask for that smile once more? Yes, sir. That had become a chance for Shannon to gain confidence in herself. Of course, it didn't go beyond her own heart. It wasn't so big a chance that anyone would notice. But she had begun to change, bit by bit. Shannon understood it clearly. Knowing love was the same as gaining a soul. The same as being reborn, from furniture into a human. There was absolutely nothing mistaken in Beatrice's words. It's when Krause always asking women to smile, yeah. By knowing love, Shannon had learned what it was to be human. These have been unusual snacks. It was time well spent. It's probably about time for you to return to your work. So let us end our tea party now. After all, it seems a certain person doesn't like seeing us drink tea together. Huh? The witch gripped a teaspoon and flipped it with her fingers, sending it up in the air. After that, it was launched by the fingers of some invisible person and flew straight into a nearby bush. The bush shook violently, and Cannon came out. It seemed he had been there for some time, watching their tea party. The spoon was gripped in his hand. If he hadn't caught it in an instant, it might have hit him hard in the forehead and caused him to start oozing blood. He's doing the lurk. He's lurking. Do not worry. Our tea party's over now, Cannon. How long were you there? If you had called to us, I'd have poured some tea too. I imagine that you didn't want to interrupt a pair of women talking, right? Cannon kept silence. There seemed to be a slightly hostile look in his eyes. On the outside, he acted with respect. But unlike Shannon, Cannon did not trust the witch. When Beatrice hit the table with her pipe, the tea set turned into gold butterflies, which flew upwards all at once. Then they scattered in every direction, and the cleanup was already done. It was fun, Shannon. Let us meet again if the chance arises. My magical power is still quite lacking. It's tiring even to show myself. If you're that tired, never appear again. Cannon had said it in a small voice, but the witch seemed to have heard it perfectly. She giggled, but did not reply. Shannon, Tell me more about George at our next tea party. There are no snacks sweeter than a person's love life. See you again. Oh, the new chapter, I know the one, yeah. It's very similar, you're right. Beatrice's body also became gold butterflies, which scattered in all directions and disappeared. It was a fantastical and beautiful scene, like a blizzard of gold leaf. For a while, Shannon quietly watched the witch's exit. Ganon approached her from behind and spoke with an expression that was drastically different from hers. Nessan, didn't I tell you to stay away from her? Beatrice-sama isn't that bad of a person. Yes, she might be a little shady, but the fact that only we can see her is suspicious enough. That thing isn't human. Who knows what she might be planning? Ganon-kun, I think that's a little rude. There was a touch of sternness in Shannon's voice, which was unusual for her. To Ganon, who knew her well, he must have sounded extremely stern. Ganon, looking excessively surprised considering Shannon's tone, fell silent. It's true that Beatrice-sama is different from humans. She has a terrifying power, so I think it's right for us to fear and respect her. Still, I think it's incredibly rude to despise her just because she isn't human. I understand what you're trying to say, Nessan. You've changed ever since she gave you that brooch. It's like you're her prisoner. She brought you and George-sama together, and now you're indebted to her. Don't say things like that. That thing isn't human. We don't know what she's thinking, so you mustn't trust her. And we aren't humans either, Nessan. Ganon's words grew more serious. Those words probably gouged at Shannon's heart. She bit her lower lip and hung her head. We are furniture. Even if received names and are treated as humans, that won't change the matter of our birth. You are no longer furniture. Those words Beatrice had given her, which had made her happiest, floated through Shannon's mind. I am not furniture. No, you are furniture. We are less than human. Nessan, you're just pretending to have forgotten, pretending to be human. You know that as well as I do. I am not furniture. I'm human. No, you aren't. We have never possessed what it takes to love or be loved. Ganon's criticism seemed to have shifted away from Shannon's meetings with the witch. Ganon picked up on that quickly. I heard from the lady. Seriously, what were you thinking? I can't believe you would go on a trip with George-sama. Ganon, you've forgotten your place as furniture. You've just been tempted by that witch, mistakenly believing that you've become human. Listen, Ganon-kun, it's true that we're furniture. Lesser beings, inferior to humans, but if it were possible to make up for what we lack, wouldn't that be the same as becoming human? Such a thing could never happen. No, it could. If we can do that, we won't be furniture anymore. We can become human. Ridiculous. As if you could ever do such a thing. Ganon spat those words out, but did so weakly and turned away. He was probably giving up. After all the suffering he'd undergone during those days he lived as furniture, his heart was firmly sealed. You can do it too, Ganon-kun. You can become a normal human. Stop it. That's the way it's talking. Yes, Beatrice-sama taught me. By obtaining the single element of this world, we can become human. Or rather, nobody's human if they don't have that. That's why people spend their entire lives living trying to gain that single element. I don't understand what you're saying, Nessan. I don't want to listen to ranting. Then I'll teach it in a way even you can understand. Look, see what I'm pointing at? Shannon quietly pointed at the sea, towards the horizon. Ganon didn't understand what she meant, and couldn't do anything except look between the horizon and Shannon's expression, which seemed to be posing a riddle. The sea. Ganon-kun, what color does the sea look to you? It was an extremely simple question. For a while, Ganon tried to guess at the meaning behind it, but he couldn't think of anything, so he answered obediently. It's hazy, dark gray color. So what? Objectively speaking, the sea, laid out beneath a cloudy sky, could probably be described best by Ganon's words. But as Shannon closed her eyes and smiled, she shook her head slightly. It looks deep blue to me. Is that what you mean? Like how Japanese people will use the word blue to refer to a green traffic light? No. The sea is deep blue. If I understand, and you don't, and that's the difference between us. Ganon bit his lower lip and was silent for a while. I don't understand. Ganon-kun, would you stick out your hands? As Ganon was taken aback, unable to understand what she was saying, she took his arm and opened the palm of his hand. Ganon softly said something there. It was that magic brooch which she had received from Beatrice. A magical charm, shaped like a gold butterfly that could bring love to fruition. This is hers? No, this is mine. So think of it as me and treat it with respect, okay? After being spoken to like that, he couldn't just throw it away. Ganon didn't know what he should do, and he stood there confused for a while, the brooch still on the palm of his hands. Shannon put the palm of her hand on top of Ganon's, and the brooch was warmed by both of their hands. This charm holds true magical power. I'm sure it'll teach you an important emotion, Ganon-kun. There's nothing to be learned from that person's magic. No, there is something. So wear it. If that's embarrassing, I hear it's okay if you just hide it in your pockets. Ridiculous. As if I'd let the magic of that person lead me astray. Even as he said that, Ganon couldn't be cold-hearted towards something Shannon was urging him to take. In the end, Ganon took it and agreed reluctantly, saying he'd prove that he wouldn't surrender to the witch's power. Shannon smiled and nodded back. I'm sure you'll be able to learn something important from it. And I'm sure you can become human. And when you do, I'm sure this ocean will look like a beautiful blue to you as well, Ganon-kun. Gray is gray, no matter how many times you look. That's wrong, Ganon-kun. It only looks like that because you have no... Huh? Because of the howling wind, he hadn't been able to catch the main point of what she just said. So Shannon said it once more. Single element of the worlds. She spoke once more of the world where it existed. Where the sea was where the sea was deep blue. I'm sure you'll be able to see a deep blue ocean too. After all, without love, it cannot be seen. If I had like a setup here, I would, I would be playing like the 50 overlapping Vuvuzela noises right now. Well, let's continue. Who is that? It is Ganon, Master. It was rare for Kinso to leave his study. However, the fact that he had didn't mean his novel research had been suspended. He may have left the study because of a change in mood. But that didn't mean the thoughts filling his head were any different from those he had while inside the study. Ganon knew that no matter what the time, speaking to Kinso when he didn't want to be spoken to would always disturb his research. It's cloudy out there. Will it get worse? Yes. According to the weather reports, It could rain at any time. Shall I bring an umbrella? It will not come to that. Leave me alone for a while. If my children ask, say that you do not know where I am. I am busy on a journey through my own thoughts. Certainly. Then, if you would excuse me. Before Canon finished bowing, Kinzo had already returned to his own world, having forgotten Canon's presence completely. And once again, he began rambling to himself. Amidst those words, the name of that witch popped up many times. Oh, Beatrice, my hand will not reach your smile. What can I do to revive you? What can I do to make you smile at me once more? What is lacking? My research, my materials, my catalysts? Or is it magical power or luck or an oracle? Oh, Beatrice, what can I do to see your face one more time? Oh. As Canon listened to his master's weeping voice with his back turned, he turned around just once. When he did, right behind his isolated old master was the shadow of a person who shouldn't have been there. It was the witch. At once, thinking that the witch must be plotting to do Kinzo some harm, Canon dashed back to Kinzo and tried to form a shield with his body. But when he saw the expression on the witch's face, that emotion of his vanished. After all, Beatrice's expression was sorrowful, or maybe pitying. You fool, Kinzo. Can't you see me even though I am here? Right behind Kinzo, as he repeated the witch's name over and over, desiring to be reunited with her more than anything else, was the witch herself. And yet, Kinzo didn't notice anything. When Beatrice tried to rest her hand on his shoulder, he didn't notice. Why? Why must my hand not reach Beatrice's smile? Is it the age of the moon? The cycle of the comets? The alignment of the planets? What is lacking? What is? What is? It's useless, Kinzo. Without love, it cannot be seen. Canon took the brooch he had received from Shannon out of his pockets. By learning something new, would he become able to glimpse something he couldn't see now? Without love, it cannot be seen. He looked at Kinzo's back once more. The witch could no longer be seen there. Remember flipping the chessboard? Well, take that phrase and throw it in the trash because it has been replaced forever. We have a new catchphrase. The biggest fall event for the Ushinomiya family was the family conference in October. But to Jessica, there was another major event that came before that, the School Cultural Festival. Jessica liked school. To her, it was a place where she could let out the stress she'd built up from the rigid lifestyle she was forced to lead at home. For today's cultural festival, she formed a group with her friends and had announced that they'd perform some live music on a temporary stage. She had prepared and practiced for this over and over until today, always anxiously awaiting this day's arrival. There was one thing that worried her. She looked at the clock. There was still a little time, but she felt uneasy. Would that person really come? After taking a single deep breath, her heart jumped when all her friends suddenly started speaking in shrill voices. No way! Hina's boyfriend is so awesome! Isn't he? Ray's boyfriend looks really smart. Is it true that guy's a glasses beast? No way, my husband will be a pretty boy. It may not be like this for all girls. But at least at Jessica's school, the cultural festival was basically a boyfriend exhibition. Jessica didn't have a boyfriend. She had many friends of opposite sex, but no special only one. But Jessica was a little famous around the school, and everyone thought it'd be natural for her to have a fitting friend. Why was she famous? Because she's rich? Furthermore, her pride had led her to pretend that this was true. She somehow managed to keep them full until this year. But for various reasons, she hadn't been able to escape this year's cultural festival. Jesse, is your boyfriend here? What? No, looks like he's not here yet. Maybe he's busy with work. What kind of person is he, Jesse? At least give us a hint. What kind of relationship? What kind of relationship? Awesome, so he's a working man? Will he come in a suit? Of course he'll be wearing glasses, right? Yeah. Hey, he actually doesn't exist, right? If you come clean now, we'll let you join us. Let's cry together through this year's cultural festival. No. He exists. I told you. He really exists. Jessica's bitter smile was covered with cold sweat. It was starting to seem doubtful whether she really had deceived her sharp-witted friends. Okay, then how about making a fake boyfriend and taking him with you? A fake? Who? I can't think of anyone who would do that. Shannon's ridiculous plan surprised Jessica into hysterics. Well, we can ask Goda. No, but seriously. Even so, it's probably more realistic than the crazy mess that's running through her head about getting a boyfriend in the big rush before the cultural festival. For example, what about Ganon-kun? Ganon-kun? No way. Anyway, I'm sure Ganon-kun has work on the day of the festival, and I don't want to bother him. Of course, I've already checked the schedule. Ganon-kun has that day off. Why are you always so clever when it comes to stuff like this? No, wait! It'd be even worse if he's off. I can't pull him away from a precious day off just for my own vanity. If you don't pull Ganon-kun away, he'll always be shut away by himself. He spends his free days looking at the wall. I gave him a copy of Dragon Quest and he won't play it. He says video games are not for furniture. So I think it'd be perfect if you could drag him out of his shell. You think so? No, but I'd feel bad for him. Then I guess you're out of options. How about meekly confessing to everyone that you don't have a boyfriend? True, it may be terribly embarrassing, but you'd only have to endure for the short and yet long time before graduation. To a pair of lovers, there's no sweeter honey than the face of a single person with an inferiority complex. Shannon! You aren't really worrying for my sake, aren't you? You're teasing me, right? Jessica wrestled about with Shannon, her eyes tearing. But Shannon wasn't phased, laughing with her unusual smile. Oh, with her usual smile. Yes. This is to get you back for making fun of me and George-sama all the time. Listening to Shannon's comeback, the likes of which didn't happen even once a year, Jessica hugged her cushion and rolled around on her bed, pretending to faint in agony. She couldn't stand Shannon's smile, which looked so triumphant. But right now, she was the only person Jessica could talk with. She could choke her to death with her cushion later. Oh, nice. Is it really so bad, milady? It's a cultural festival, but it's also a chance for you to have fun with Ganon-kun. No, that may be true, but no. Jessica buried her head in her favorite pillow to hide the fact that her hate has grown bright red. And she grumpily chewed the fingernail on her thumb. It really was a reaction to be appreciated. Shannon and Jessica were of about the same age, of the same sex, and friends. Of the same friends, which is each other. And they were both right in the middle of puberty. They could never talk enough about love. That's why they could talk freely about these topics to each other. So Jessica had heard a lot about how Shannon and George's love was progressing. And Shannon had heard a lot about what type Jessica liked, what kind of man she might be interested in. Judging by Jessica's reaction, it'd probably be rude for us to go into precisely what these things were. However, this story won't get anywhere if we just have Jessica rolling around forever. So let's dive in. Jessica had been thinking about Canon ever since he'd shown up. It was extremely rare for young men to visit Rokkenjima. So maybe it was natural for Jessica, a girl in puberty, to develop an interest in Canon. But if anyone said that, it would destroy the romantic ideals of a maiden's pure heart, and love at first sight. Shannon had been with Canon a long time at the orphanage, so she'd known him since before they started working. So Jessica had asked persistently about what his hobbies were, what his favorite food was, what type of girl he liked. Even to Shannon, it was clear that Jessica was infatuated with Canon. What are his hobbies? Nothing. What is his favorite food? Nothing. What type of girl does he like? Nobody. The kind of girl that leaves him alone. Even to Shannon, it was clear that Jessica was infatuated with Canon. Come on, isn't this a good chance to take Canon-kun on a date? But Canon-kun might also have someone he likes, so... He hates everything and everyone, and especially himself. He's the most punished character. No, yeah, he's not Ace. He's not Ace. He's just nothing. He's furniture. You don't call furniture Ace. Wouldn't he take it badly if I made him go with me just to show off? People who aren't honest with yourselves, like you are... What was the word I learned from George-sama? That's right, I think it was Sundora. Sundora, guys. Have you heard this word before? Yeah, you do. Oh, okay. Sorry. I don't know anything. Ace Hardware. I don't know about that one. Apparently, they'll be all the rage in a decade or so. You guys may not get it, but your kids are gonna love it. Wow, George Nissan sure is incredible, managing to foresee future trends like that. Awesome. No, wait. Are you saying I'm living in the wrong decade? I give up. This is how you would say tundra recently. Whoa. It took several days of wasted efforts, but in the end, Jessica agreed to plan on having Canon pretend to be her boyfriend. Oh, from Tundra Man and Mega Man 11, awesome. The really egregious one is the one where battlers are like, whoa, this is just like Higurashi. I say that all the time, so I get it. But that one isn't anachronistic, because Higurashi does take place before Umineko. I'm pretty sure Higurashi happens in the early 80s. And this one takes place in the late 80s. The term would be more like clairvoyant, where they just know things that they shouldn't know from very different parts of the world. Yeah, I think so. This is just like Pride and Prejudice. It would be awesome, honestly. It took several days of wasted efforts, but in the end, Jessica agrees to the plan of having Canon pretend to be her boyfriend. Yes, milady? Did you call me? Jessica regretted calling out at such a bad time. Cannon always looked sullen. But he had some bad days and some better days. Unfortunately, this reaction was the former. No, well... and all that confidence and effort she built up practicing in front of a mirror all night was wiped out in about 5 seconds. Jessica turned bright red and hung her head. When he saw that, Cannon sighed. Jessica saw that he was exasperated with her, and her face went pale. I heard from Shannon. This is about having me go with you to the school festival, right, milady? Huh? Nice one, Shannon. I mean, yeah. That's right, but... Do you have any plans that day? I was strictly ordered by Shannon to work specially for you on that day, milady. I have never been to high school, so I don't really understand. But I hear it's a place where girls can be shamed if they don't have a boy with them. And I was given special orders to see to it that the daughter of the Yoshinomiya family is in no way inferior to the common people. Shannon, I'll beat you to death later. Yeah, it's really good. Jessica kept yelling with a strange voice and a broken smile, like a tea kettle filled with boiling water. As Cannon watched this, he sighed again. Cannon wasn't an idiot either. He fully understood that what Jessica intended by inviting him. But to be honest, playing along with Jessica's love game seemed like it'd be nothing more than an annoyance to him. However, Shannon had asked him over and over. He was deeply indebted to her, so he couldn't refuse. That brooch was in his pockets. Could the strange turn of events have been brought about by the magic power residing in this brooch? Ridiculous. But he remembered what Shannon had said to him that day. But Shannon's see? Something he couldn't? I don't understand Shannon's feelings. We are furniture. If we could ever become anything more. It was truly a truly odd exchange between Jessica, who was still rambling on in a strange voice, and Cannon, who sighed deeply. Jessie, someone's here. Didn't you hear? Sorry. Who is it? As my friends all gathered together, they were looking this way, with hard-to-describe expressions, whispering to each other in small voices that weren't small anymore. My attempt to play dumb felt pretty transparent, even to me. Did I really just say, sorry? Who is it? Like I don't know who just showed up. It's useless. It's useless. My mind's going blank. No way! That's Jesse's boyfriend. He's so cute! He's real? No way! Seriously! Jessica, you traitor! He's incredible! He's younger? I never heard he was younger. Where? Jesse's boyfriend, she really isn't a little kid. Hey! Aren't you late? I didn't know where the entrance was. I must apologize for my tardiness. It's so awesome. I love his coat. I want to see if... Is it already there? Let me see. Oh yeah, it's already here. Okay, this is the same profile. And he also has the same profile. But look at him! Holy shit, look at those pants. Oh my god, you're right. These are those. You're completely right. These are those. Hang on. Study the late in a positive way. Okay. Right, that outfit looks really good on you. Shannon said normal clothes wouldn't do, so we went and bought this the other day. Oh, okay, so yeah, I can see this, actually. Where he's like, well, just wear your normal clothes. Shannon, I don't have any normal clothes. I only have my fucking servant clothes. I even wear them on my days off. And so they had to buy these. Does it look strange on me? That's not true. Shannon, when I get back, I'll promote you 2 levels. It's so good, yeah. Feels like everyone here's a girl. Uncomfortable. Yeah, isn't it? Come on, let's not hang around here. Let's go to the stage, okay? 'Cause I'll be off pretty soon. Come on, come on, come on! Jessica seemed just as uncomfortable. It looked like being bathed in everyone's interested gazes was hard on her. When he saw Jessica's appearance, Cannon thought he might have made things difficult for her by coming. I get the feeling I'm getting in the way. Am I being a burden? I told you, no way! Please tell me at any time if I start getting in the way. Ah, no way! He calls himself Boku! Oh, of course he does. Of course he does. Ah, there's no way you'd get in the way, Kanon-kun. She calls her boyfriend Kun. I really like the like contrast between Shannon and George, where people are like, ugh, these fucking guys, and these ones where they see fucking Jessica and Cannon, and people are basically biting at the wall. I bet he uses Boku for 2 reasons, because Boku has the connotation that you're young, and Cannon does see himself as very young and inexperienced. You know, he really undervalues himself. And also Boku tends to have like a slightly more, a less gendered connotation, we can say. Oh wait, she makes him call her milady like a butler. Oh my god! I still don't know why I thought Cannon was 9 years old. I mean, he's a little guy. He's a little guy. No, you can't call me milady today. Is that so? As you wish, Jessica-sama. He's trained him to call her Sama! Sorry, Cannon-kun, could you close your eye for just 3 seconds? A kiss! A kiss! She's gonna kiss him! The noises. As you wish. By the time Cannon opened his eyes, a horrible tragedy had occurred in the room. Everyone had been driven into the walls, their arms and legs outstretched. Jessica had slipped her brass knuckles back into her pocket before Cannon's eyes opened. She killed them. Isn't Boku like the most commonly used first-person pronoun they use there? It has a very like humble connotation, so it makes sense. Anyway, let's go over to the stage. Our turn's coming up soon, so take a seat and wait for a bit. Cause we gotta get ready. Go straight to the end here and you'll see a temporary stage. You'll know where to go. Please wait there. She points Cannon's back as he seemed to be having trouble moving himself, and chase him out. So who's the real Yori in the relationship? He's the one dressing as him, but she's the one with the moves. Even though Cannon was confused by Jessica's attitude and her panicky states. But he'd never seen before, he followed her instructions and headed in the direction he had indicated. After seeing him off with an awkward smile, Jessica slammed the door shut and yelled loudly. There you go, you saw, right? You saw that, are you happy now? Sucks for you. I lost the bet. I was sure Jessie didn't have a boyfriend. Are you sure that was her boyfriend? I'll bet she's just using one of her servants, right? It might be a Jessica thing. Jessie's boyfriend's incredible. Shut up! Come on, let's get ready. She's not really Yori either. Oh man. When Jessica shooed her brass knuckles out of her pocket again, everyone energetically returned to their tasks. Shh! No spoilers. No spoilers on who has which fighting style. Cannon went down the corridor. Jessica had shown him, and ran into a temporary stage setup where the vending machine should have been. It was probably being rented by the hour by some group or club. The ones singing were student groups, but the crowd was still incredibly excited. Disliking that clatter, he leaned against the wall in the darkness by himself. I bet he fucking did. So this is what they call high school. It sure is noisy. That's what Cannon thought. Then he remembered Jessica just now, acting in a way that he'd never seen before. Honestly, she was in such high spirits that alcohol might have been involved. To him, remaining composed and intellectual at all times was the highest virtue. In that sense, it was very hard for Cannon to get used to the atmosphere of the school cultural festival. He had a responsibility to report everything he saw and heard to the master. So he also had to report about how Jessica had acted without restraint earlier. At the very least, it was not fitting for the daughter of the Ushinomiya head family. The master, Kraus-sama, and especially Natsuki-sama will probably be angry. If I am to report it in a way that protects Milady, should I blame it on inappropriate school friends? What was all that? So stupid. Cannon thought back on how Jessica had acted earlier and sighed again. He's not on screen and you mash heavy punch on an invisible door until time runs out and you get a draw. That's great. Cannon's an arc. He's not an arc. He's only thinking about it, okay? He hasn't done anything. You have to believe in Cannon. You can understand Natsuki's headache a little now. Come to think of it, Natsuki-sama, as the president of the PTA, was supposed to go to an informal gathering after attending the ceremony in the gymnasium. What? She said she wouldn't be able to see Milady's performance, didn't she? That's probably for the best. Crowds certainly are unpleasant. What in the world is going on? Several female students keep glancing at me. Seems they're all whispering the same things Milady's school friend said. It's truly unpleasant. Come to think of it, didn't Shannon warn me? If you walk alone at something like a school festival, you'd better watch out because a lot of strange people will come and talk to you. Excuse me, are you by yourself? Just as expected, a group of girls I'd never met started talking to me. Their stares started to make my back tingle. Did she tell me some magic words that could chase them off in times like this? Sorry. I'm with someone. Oh, really? I'm sorry. It worked. Instant reaction. Well, that got rid of them, but it hasn't really changed the number of people staring at me. Oh, it's that kid. That's Jesse's boyfriend. No way, it's that kid? I can't believe it. I was sure he was fake. Isn't he cute? He's younger. Lucky Jesse. There's no way I'll come to a place like this again. Got on site for about the zillionth time that day. When he did, the lighting changed, and the standing audience started cheering. He looked around and realized that there was suddenly a large group of people there. And unlike earlier, they were mostly guys. With this huge crowd, he couldn't even see the stage. Fortunately, there was a fallen beer case nearby, so he tried using that as a footstool. He's not beating the little guy allegations. When he did, he realized that there was now a new group on the stage. Their leader is Milady. She's changed into the stage clothes, and she's even holding a guitar. I didn't know she could play. Then again, maybe she can play. I've seen her practicing air guitar before. Natsuki-sama wouldn't approve of any hobbies outside of study. Maybe she was always practicing in secrets. Come to think of it, she's been returning really late from school recently, hasn't she? Maybe she's been practicing at school, far away from Natsuki-sama's prying eyes. It really is for the best that Natsuki-sama didn't come. If Milady were to get scolded by Natsuki-sama after putting so many hours of practice in, she'd probably be dejected. Jessie-sama! Everyone, thanks for gathering here today. I could hear Jessica-sama's forceful voice through the speakers. Jessie-sama? Maybe that's her nickname at school. The students in the audience kept calling out that name. I'm a little offended by that crew name. It's inappropriate for Milady. Jessica-sama was in high spirits as they kept shouting Jessie-sama. Everyone here was probably a fan. Her mic performance picked up on that and electrified them even more. It was almost like a music program on TV. At first, he thought this was all silly, but that feeling had changed into appreciation. It was incredible in its own way. Kanon never listened to music of his own free will, but he'd often heard the kind of music the Yoshinomiya family liked. Since it was almost all classical, Kanon had naturally taken a liking to that kind of music. So to Kanon, the song Jessica sang was, how should you say it? Extremely colorful. In any case, if Natsuki-sama heard it, she'd probably faint. Yeah? Oh, damn. The game just closed right now. What the? Like, for real, the game just closed. That's strange. Maybe the game knows I'm streaming and it's stopping me from showing that part. Well, the bad news is that we haven't fucking... No, wait, that was the wrong place. I need to load. Hang on. I haven't saved in a while, yeah. So, let's see. Oh shit, it's just gone. Damn. They just absolutely murdered me here. I wonder what happened there. Like, I had a save and it just deleted it. It just completely killed me there. It even remembers that I was here. But the save file is not there. How strange. How strange. I don't know how to enable the auto skip. Let me check it, because there's definitely a key for this. Okay, I think I found it. There we go. I found it. There we go. Don't worry, guys. We're good. I need a patch? For the fast forward? I mean, it's working right now. And then we got the opening again. Yes. I don't think I can skip this part. Oh, never mind, I can. God, too long didn't read? Absolutely not. There's too much shit going on at this point. We're like more than 20 hours into the thing. We're in a mansion. There's a big family. They're rich. There's a witch who was killing people. And we're now seeing a bunch of flashbacks before the killings happens. And the game crashed on us, so we're fast forwarding through all these parts. We need Cube. We really do. We also need to know if Cube had the problem where the game crashed on him during that part. Come on, come on, come on, come on. We're almost there. That's not true. There's still a bunch of scenes left. But we're getting there. It's probably just me. I'm simply cursed. That's just how it is. All games are just cursed to crash on me. I got it from... Yeah, I got it from GOG as well. I assume that's what GOG stands for. Or maybe there's just two different things that are labeled GOG. That is what GOG stands for. Okay. Like, the weird thing for me is not that it crashed, it's that it deleted my save. I don't know why it deleted my save. Because I had one save, for sure. Here, check it out. Let's put once on page 3. I don't know how it works. I just did a billion saves. We're back here. We're back here. Will it work? Will it kill us again? Once more. Okay, there we go. This time it actually worked. This is anachronistic. There was absolutely no Toho in the 80s. Oh yeah, it's literally Marisa cosplay. And yeah, this is like... Are there even other CGs in the game? I feel like this is the only one. But everyone looked like they were having a really good time. It's because the song has a Higurashi reference in it. Oh. Of course. Some die-hard fans have been brought up 10 lives. Sang along and danced gracefully with the same moments. Imagine somebody getting to this part and they're like, "Ah, oh, fuck! I need to play the entirety of Toho to understand this reference to keep reading," and they just put Umineko on hiatus until they beat all the the Toho games. Sang along and danced gracefully with the same moments. It's almost as though it had been planned ahead. On the stage, Jessica-sama also sang enthusiastically, dripping with sweat. He couldn't find a single element that was appropriate for a daughter of the Yoshinomiya family, but it looked like so much fun. A lot of people said Jessica looked like Marisa. Oh, that's funny. And she is looking for her Reimu. I think. I don't know anything about Toho. Jessie-sama, Jessie. Again, today, behind me, the sound of footsteps. Oyashiro-sama is okay, that's the reference. Oyashiro-sama is talking to me. Curses, disappearances, sacrifices, torture. Onikakushi. Does that make a good snack? Don't say Marisa. Yep, that's right there is a Higurashi reference, and it's a pretty blatant one. I must not go along with it, but... At any rate, Milady is full of life and looks like she's having a great time. As I watched Milady enjoying herself, I thought, could this be Yoshinomiya Jessica's true nature? Is she actually Marisa from Toho? Don't I know better than anyone that during her life on Rokkenjima, she's had no choice but to kill her sense of self? So the time she spends Not as Milady, successor to the Yoshinomiya family, but as a single girl called Jessica. Living her life to the fullest must be very important to her. I've worked close to Milady, seeing her in all seasons, and thought I knew everything about her. But that was all limited to one side of her, the Milady of Rokkenjima. British Jessica? We are furniture. We serve on Rokkenjima and end our lives on Rokkenjima. So I've come to think of Rokkenjima itself as our whole world. It's fucked up. As though, like in Ptolemaic theory, the ocean spilled off the end of the world into another. This does not sound like a guy who didn't went to high school. Ptolemaic theory? But when I look at Milady like this, I can see how horribly narrow that outlook is. Yeah, he reads a lot, I guess, but he doesn't get any enjoyment from it, I suppose. Still can't go along with the excitement of the crowd. But I feel like I can see something that cannot be seen on Rokkenjima. I'm not sure if this is the unseeable thing Shannon was talking about. The ocean still doesn't look blue to me. Well, the ocean is not here. Be patient. Ah, fuck, now the ocean is red. This is nothing like what Shannon said. What's going on here? Wasn't the cultural festival at Jessica's school today? How is the principal doing? He seems to be in good health. That's right. I remember Takamiya was also there. He said to give you his regards. Busy as usual. It appeared so. That person is also very energetic. And I believe President Emoto was also made an appearance. Naturally, the topic of Jessica's cultural festival came up at dinner. School events often became social gatherings for local volunteers. It was the same for the Yoshinomiya family, who are celebrities around here. Natsuhi remembered the name of the one VIP after another at the social gathering, telling crowds the news about them. Jessica didn't really have any interest in that discussion and really slurped her pumping soup. Milady, perhaps you ought to take more care with your manners. Yeah, sorry about that. Everyone gets on her fucking case. Jessica, how many times must I tell you to watch your language? Yes, ma'am. Jessica answered, discouraged. When he saw that, Krause smiled a little and paused his conversation with Natsuhi. How was the festival for you, Jessica? Huh? Well, it was okay. I was watching. You did an excellent job. Huh? Well... Jessica's face turned bright red. She probably hadn't imagined that Natsuhi would actually come to see her on stage. She felt a mix of happiness and embarrassment. Actually, she hadn't really wanted her mother to watch, since she didn't want to be told that her music was inappropriate for the Yoshinomiya family. But it certainly didn't make her unhappy to hear a parent say she'd done a good job, after watching her try her best. Yeah, the PS3 is different from the ugly sprites on this one. They're not the same sprites. Oh, that is fucked up. What the hell? Jessica acted with both composure and dignity, fitting behavior for the student's representative. Yeah. The smile had been there until a second ago crumbled like sands. Jessica immediately realized that her mom was talking about something different. Jessica was also the school's student president. She had no interest in doing something so annoying, but her parents had been pushy, so she'd grudgingly accepted. Yeah, I can see it. Unfortunately, she was popular at school, so she won the election easy. So Natsuki was praising her for the student council sponsorship ceremony at the beginning of the cultural festival. Actually, she had just carried that out half-heartedly. After that, she immediately met up with her friends and held a stage rehearsal for the rest of the time. That experience of standing above people and bearing responsibility will surely prove useful in the future. I'm sure it will help Jessica mature as a member of the Ushinomiya family. But you rushed a little while giving the greeting. You get a pass on content, but the fast pace of your speech lessened the impact. It might help if you develop the habit of pausing every once in a while. Yeah. After she finished eating, Jessica didn't feel like going straight to her room. Her room was basically the place her parents had ordered her to be. So perhaps for Jessica, instead of returning to her own room, being in an unknown location in this large mansion was a meager form of resistance. Jessica felt that even being in the mansion made it hard to breathe, so she went outside to the rose garden. Well, even if she did show up, I'm sure she would have said something about how it wasn't appropriate for a successor of the Yoshinomiya family. So isn't it better this way? Jessica laughed at what she was sulking over. She laughed at what kind of words she could possibly have been expecting. That was dumb of me. In the end, I was just acting like an entitled brat. I'm a little exasperated with myself and it makes me want to laugh. Milady. Well, Kanon-kun, don't scare me like that. Just as she was about to force a laugh, Kanon suddenly started talking to her. And she choked. What's up? Got something to say? Yes? Jessica's expression became the one she always wore when looking at Kanon. The listless Jessica from a second ago was gone. If he had still only known Jessica as the eventual successor to Yoshinomiya family as he had until yesterday, he might have mistakenly thought that Jessica's mood has brought back to normal. That wasn't right. He now knew a part of her that he couldn't have seen until yesterday. So he understood that there was no way Jessica actually felt the way she appeared. Oh. About today's cultural festival, well, thanks for coming with me so I could show off. You saved my butt out there. That song. You were really good. What? Really? You're embarrassing me. Even though she had heard the words she most wanted to hear, Jessica acted shyly and couldn't accept them openly. I cannot sing. And I don't know how to play any instruments other than the harmonica, and the recorder, and the piano, and no, that's not true. Which I learned in elementary school. So I simply assumed you were the same, milady. At the time, Ganon had never felt as though he'd been looking down on Jessica in this way. But all the people he'd seen playing special instruments were on the other side of the brown tubes in the TV. The brown tubes. At the very least, he'd been under the impression that it'd be impossible for Jessica. I am furniture, so I didn't believe there was any need to sing or play instruments. But I'm not sure anymore. Seriously, Kanon-kun, enough with that I am furniture business. That's like a proper attitude you servants are supposed to have, right? Servants are supposed to be like living furniture. Genji-san always says it a lot. It's just the proper attitude, because we really are. Furniture. I know the kids from the cooking house receive assistance from grandfather in various ways. And I realize how grateful you are for that. But it's a bit cruel for you to have to call yourself furniture just because of that. We're all human, aren't we? Kanon-kun, when you saw me singing, what did you think? It looked like you were having a lot of fun. I don't think that's true. Huh? You didn't just think it looked fun. You were envious, weren't you? That's not... Kanon probably hadn't noticed that emotion himself. Most likely, Kanon saw something he'd never seen before, learned about it for the first time, and felt envious. And to trick himself out of that emotion, he'd call himself furniture over and over. I know I'm a successor to Yoshinomiya family or whatever. And well, sure there'll be a lot of annoying stuff to do from now on. As far as that goes, I can't do anything but give up, since I was born under an unlucky star. Probably just like you had to live at the Fukuin house. I don't have a choice either. I couldn't choose the stars under which I was born. That may be true. But there's one place where you and I are completely different. Know what that is? I am furniture, and Milady is not. He was about to say, but stopped. I do not know. Kanon-kun, you decided that your fate determines everything about you, and you gave up. She's hitting the Maya Fey again. She's about to impart some wisdom. But I can't accept this kind of fate, so I do the best I can. So, while there's still the rigids and cornered me that's gotta stay as the daughter of the Yoshinomiya family, I create another me that can do what I like to the fullest. Another you. Yeah. Kanon-kun, you've been instructed to say, because I am furniture. I'm sure you've gone through a lot of tough times just because of that. I think that's really unfortunate. But the idea that your entire life will be decided by that alone just seems sad to me. You know, it's always possible for people to create another self inside them. A self that they can truly grow to like. I'm not talking about escaping from reality, okay? When I'm that other self, I can really feel like I'm living a great life. So no matter how constrained and boring everyday life gets to be, I can always live on without suffocating. Yeah, you can always create a tulpa. He really was born on the wrong era. He could have become a VTuber or something, and that would have probably fixed him. To make another self inside yourself that you can truly grow to like. To make another me, one that isn't furniture. Through her relationship with George-sama, has Shannon given birth to another self that isn't furniture? And did this other Shannon see something that cannot be seen by furniture? That's right. Well, I don't know anything about your private life, Kanon-kun, but I can sorta guess. Private life probably doesn't exist at all. Am I right? Kanon couldn't reply, but that was answer enough. He had no concept of a private life, so Kanon would always be Kanon. So furniture would always be furniture. Kanon-kun, Kanon isn't your real name, right? In the Fukuin house, new graduates would be given new families and a new life. So they were also given a new name. In this case, that was Kanon. Certainly, this name of mine may be a temporary thing. Jessica based? Epic? She's actually awesome? Before, he had thought of himself as Kanon, and no one else. but he remembered. There definitely had been another self that wasn't canon. But that was far, far away, beyond the distant fog of oblivion. So even for you, it should be okay to have times when you're canon-kun, and times when you aren't. Maybe when you act as a servant, that canon-kun calls himself furniture and strictly limits his own will. But when you aren't canon-kun, I think it's okay to live much, much more freely. These words definitely weren't just lip service. Jessica had also been like this in the past. She had cursed her own birth into an environment different from all of her friends at school. Only she had been in a heavily constricted environment, forced to learn all sorts of things. And she had been told whom she was and wasn't allowed to play with. It may have been sad, but she'd given up, resigning herself to the fact that she'd been born under that kind of star. But one day, Jessica stopped giving up and surrendering. Stuff like Ushinomiya family customs and pressure didn't matter. She created a real Jessica inside herself. One who could do what she really wanted to do. They forced her to learn, yeah, it's fucked up. You know, I go by the nickname Jessie at school. When I'm Jessie, I live life honestly and to the fullest. Because of that, I can do my best when I'm Jessica too. Would it really be so bad if you could also have times when you're canon? Times when you're, your real name? When you aren't canon, can't you try becoming another self that you can like? A time when I am not canon. He'd once thought of his real name as being completely meaningless. Isn't this track called Meaningless now that I think about it? I think it is called Meaningless. Because of that, he thought that canon summed up everything about him. And now, Jessica was telling him to create something new. Another self that wasn't canon. Canon-kun, if you don't mind, tell me, what's your real name? He was silent for quite some time. Maybe Canon's real name had risen to the tip of his tongue. After hesitating for a long time over whether he should say it, in the end, he swallowed it back down. I forgot. What if the romance was actually good instead of whatever that bullshit with George was? My name doesn't matter anymore. Those words contained a faint rejection. No matter what kind of real name I had, the only truth now is that here, I am canon. The past has nothing to do with anything. The materials with which furniture is made, be it a trunk of a tree or otherwise, are meaningless in the end. I told you to stop that. You aren't furniture, you're human, right? I am not human. Canon clearly voiced his refusal. It was with a rage that he normally didn't show. Jessica couldn't say anything back and was struck silence. You are human, milady. You are free to live any way you please. And any kind of future is possible for you. It's almost like you have wings and can dance through the sky like a bird. But I am not like that. Even if I look like a bird. I'd be nothing more than a domestic dog. Let me, before I start demeaning myself, let me get in a few compliments for you. Aren't I nice? Even though they have wings, they cannot fly. To speak to me of that dream in the sky despite that is just too cruel. Furniture and ducks. What the hell is all this? Not domestic ducks is what he's saying. I suppose there's flightless ducks. No. Jessica had unconsciously gone along with Cannon's forceful manner of speaking, but she realized that she shouldn't fire back and followed her words. I don't know anything about you. I don't even know your upbringing, and I don't know what the hardships you've been through. So I can't even imagine why you started calling yourself furniture. But know this. You aren't furniture or a duck. You're a real human. If you want to say Kanon-kun's furniture when he's working as a servant, that's fine. But in that case, don't you think you can create a self when you aren't furniture? Or when you're human? Only a human like my lady can embrace that possibility. I am not like that. I have no future, no possibilities, no dream that I'm allowed to see. So, milady, please don't say any more cruel things. Why? Why do you say stuff like that? Because it seems you mistakenly think I'm a human, the same as you, milady. We are different sorts of beings. I just wanted to make that clear. I heard from Shannon something about milady liking me. What? No! I look almost identical to a human, so, like Shannon, I could probably delude myself into thinking I'm human and pretend to love for a time. But then, I would surely be fooling myself. No, I would be fooling you too, milady. Shannon and George Sama will definitely fall apart. Even though Shannon herself probably realized that that day will come. She's taking part in such a stupid... There's nothing stupid about it. Sure, George Nissan's a wonderful person. He's gotta match up to his parents' expectations. I'm sure when it comes to marriage, Aunt Emma will interfere in various ways. I think their future prospects look like they'll be full of trouble, okay? But you know what? George Nissan isn't the kind of guy who'll surrender to that shit. Shannon's no Juliet, and he'll definitely bring her happiness. People cannot engage in romance with furniture. What I'm trying to say is that even if you can love furniture, I cannot love you, milady. Those words of Cannon's crushed all of Jessica's bittersweet feelings from that day. There was no way her emotions could have predicted that she'd be refused so bluntly. In an instant, she lost the willpower that had led her to try and unravel something stubborn in Cannon's heart. And before she knew it, she was just standing there in shock. Milady, if your feelings for me were due to my conceits, then I must ask that you forgive me. No. Well, I won't deny that. Thank you very much. Huh? Thank you very much for thinking of me as a human. Those things alone really do make me happy. Anything more would be too cruel for me, so... No, I've said enough. Sorry about that. Jessica recklessly stroked at her head and spoke, trying to force her voice to sound bright. I just kinda ran on ahead by myself and was a burden on you. I'm really sorry. I'm sorry for causing so much trouble on your precious day off. No. I was also happy that I could see you having fun. Then let's call it a night. If I don't go back to my room and turn off the lights, Mom will get mad at me again. That's probably for the best. I wish you a good night, milady. Yeah. Good night. Ganon saw Jessica trot away with her back to him, looking disheartened. But then she suddenly broke into a reckless dance and disappeared in the direction of the mansion. As he watched her back for just an instant, Canon was tormented by the feeling that he'd just made a huge mistake. But he hadn't made a mistake at all. He'd been forced to refuse for now for her sake, while the pain was still at its smallest. Nice going, making a woman cry like that. I didn't expect you to refuse her that strongly. If you'd given a normal answer, another pair of lovers would have been born thanks to my magic. Bog, I only read your message just now about dogs, where it says, but they're cute and eat peas funny. And I thought it was in regards to Jessica and Canon, and I was like, oh, that's a very nice relationship you're thinking of. That's a very nice fantasy you're creating for them. They get to eat peas together and be cute. How long have you been there? What a horrible person. Yeah, that's the witch. When he turned around, the witch was suddenly there. They couldn't piece together, but instead they're more like the what is it, the Chihuahua that can't eat peas? They're like the little Chihuahua no peas. It's really sad, and nobody will help them. It looked like she'd been there the whole time, watching the two of them as though enjoying a play. I shall forgive you for your insults just this once, in deference to that amusing little show. Even after 1,000 years, no more interesting show exists than complications between boys and girls. To me, it's a pleasure that's better and more addictive than opium. You know she's all because he's using opium as a reference to drugs. Ganon pulled the butterfly brooch out of his pockets. It was a manifestation of the great magic the witch had bestowed. Without hesitation, Ganon slammed it against the ground and stomped on it. Oh? What is the meaning of this? You know what was given by me? Just now, I figured it out. What you're doing isn't as tasteful as being Cupid of love. You're just a demon who enjoys showing love to those who can never be together, deceiving them. You're free to think that. Most humans I lend my powers to say the same thing. Don't play dumb. You didn't lend Shannon your power because you felt sorry for her. You found a weak point in Shannon's heart as her chest burned with love. And you made her break the mirror that sealed you. What's more, you guessed how this would all end. Now you're toying with her. Am I wrong? Furniture has a thoroughly pitiful existence. So, you have no dreams, no future, and even no love? Good, good. There is nothing better than knowing your place. As you notice, there is a faint love residing in Jessica's heart. You seem to think you've snipped it in the bud. But, did you know? Trees grow thicker branches if you thin out and prune them. A girl who loves furniture, is it? Amusing, how truly amusing. Shannon and George will also eventually reach a stalemate with their unfulfillable love, ripening into the sort of large fruit I love. Regretfully, it seems to be going so smoothly for those two that it's hardly entertaining anymore. But on the plus side, it seems the two of you will amuse me to no end. The witch laughed. Even though she had known the two could never be together, she had lent them magic to bring them together. However, they couldn't escape the fate that had prevented them from ever being truly joined. The witch knew that. Even if they were joined, Canon and Jessica would eventually break up. They would wander through an endless desert in this hell of love, tormented by an eternal thirst. What? Did you think I'd lend you my power and ask for nothing in exchange? I'll gladly assist a pair in love. And in exchange, I'll enjoy watching the cruel fate that I'll eventually meet. I've never come across a better show. Not over the course of 1,000 years. Just look at Kinzo. See how he ended up, an old, pitiful man who learned the taste of love before being thrown out of paradise. Look at how he lives, like a dead man that cannot fully die. You truly are a witch. Disappear. Get out of my sight, demon. Oh, I would disappear even without your prompting. My power still hasn't returned. It is still tiring to continue showing myself. I overdid it when I gave you lovers my power. As I am now, I will not be easy to maintain that power without that brooch as a catalyst. Ganon ground his foot even more into the stomp brooch. He felt it break under his foot. Then it evaporated like water. And changed into butterflies that sparkled gold, fluttering out from beneath Ganon's foot. Maintaining this form is quite painful for me as well. I will hide myself for a time, just as you desire. My magical power will rise as surely as the moon in the tides. And eventually, a fitting time will come for my revival. I know not in the slightest whether that will be tomorrow, next year, or even 100 or 1,000 years in the future. But as long as there are those who entertain me, I will surely gain power and revive. I will disappear for a short while, until that time comes. The bruise on the palm of your hand is already gone, so if you wish, tomorrow morning, you can let my existence vanish like an illusion or a dream. After all, nothing saddens me more than being forgotten. However, I will surely be revived. Be on your guard, so that you will not regret that day's coming when it arrives. I will surely have my second coming and rule over everything as this land's true master. That is the time when the door to the Golden Land will be opened again. The greedy dead will surely wake me. You talk too much. Disappear now, Golden Witch. The witch became a cloud of gold butterflies and scattered away, leaving behind a scornful laugh. The whole area sparkled like a gold blizzard in a snow globe. It was a fleeting, fantastical scene that disappeared in a heartbeat. The witch could no longer be seen. However, Ganon felt like he could still hear that shrill, unpleasant laugh. Ah, how amusing, how truly amusing. Why is the human world still so amusing after all the years I've been away? Go mad with love, go mad with gold. Those who don't go mad from one of the two are not human. I see. So that's why the world's furniture is so fitting. Furniture is created to serve humans. And I cruelly treat humans as playthings to save my 1,000 years of boredom. What a truly amusing three-way deadlock that I cannot control furniture. Kinzo, you fool. What a truly entertaining scheme you've worked out. Furniture, you fools. Just you try and see if you can fail me. Tonight, 2 seeds of love have been sown, including the one already sown. That makes 3. Beatrice, why did you leave me alone in this painful world? I hate you. I will hate you for all eternity for not even trying to answer, despite being yearning for me so. Master, drinking anymore will be damaging to your health. Dr. Nanyo warned you as well, did he not? Be silent, Genji. You do not understand. You do not understand my grief and sadness. And I believe that at least you, my oldest friend, would understand my pain. Why can you not understand? Oh, Beatrice. Why did you leave me all alone? The hell do you mean, furniture? I don't get it. Oh, poor Jessica-sama. Even though the cries I hear coming from your room fill me of the situation, there is nothing I can do. This is all a tragedy due to a pair who are too young getting too close, when the positions of their birth are too distant. I can do nothing but understand my lady's feelings, hide my footsteps, and quietly walk away. Um, what do you mean by that, George-san? I mean what I said. I still haven't built up my castle. Once I manage to do that, I'll finally be able to think of myself as an adult. When that happens, I want to marry you. It's, uh, but my heart won't let me do that anymore. So I get to give you an engagement ring. Engagement, you say? I, furniture. Oh, right, that's... Well then, furniture has to listen to what people say, right? George. Right now, I am having a ring made that'll be fitting for you. I think it'll be ready in time for me to bring to the upcoming family conference. I'll give it to you then, so please, I want you to let me hear your answer. If you accept, then I'll proclaim our engagement right there, in front of all the relatives, including grandfather. George-san, I'm sure some people won't approve of our relationship, but there's no need to look at their faces, because you only have to fill your eyes with me. I will definitely bring you happiness. That's the one thing I can promise you with certainty. What now? I just can't wait to see how it will ripen. The gold butterflies do not swoop upon the juice of overripe and rotting fruits. I cannot wait for the day of the harvest to come. Is the time of the banquet here yet? Okay. The first day, October 4th, 1986. They had eaten breakfast at a coffee shop in the station building. By chance, the inside of the shop had been decorated with Halloween colors, since it was October. Maria had seemed to be awfully pleased with that. For quite some time, she talked loudly inside the train about wanting to have a Halloween festival, without caring that she was attracting the attention of others. Halloween is popular in Europe and America, but people aren't that familiar with it in Japan. The shopping district was colorfully decorated with orange pumpkins, but the costume parades of children demanding sweets and saying trick-or-treat were nowhere in sight. Oh, I want a Halloween festival. I don't want to wear these clothes. I want to look like a witch. Oh, the family conference isn't for playing. We're going to meet grandfather, so you have to dress up nice. While it wasn't completely full inside the train, it was really packed, with almost all the seats occupied by passengers. Maria was making a fuss among them, stomping her feet on the seat while Rosa scowled at her. Rosa had warned her many times to lower her voice, but Maria hadn't obeyed her at all. Once Maria got like this, no matter how much she tried to explain the situation or calm her, she wouldn't listen. Before, Rosa used to pamper Maria and gave in to her at times like this, but that had probably been a mistake. Surely Maria had gained the mistaken impression that throwing a tantrum long enough would make her mother give up and do what Maria said. Rosa had realized that error with the help of an educational book, and since then, She'd hardened the part of her heart that wanted to pamper her beloved daughter. Her mutual understanding with Maria began to grow weaker and weaker, and she began to get discouraged by her own powerlessness more and more often. Halloween! Halloween! If you don't give me sweets, I'll pay a plank. Ugh! I don't have any sweets to give you. We just ate breakfast. If you don't give me sweets, I'll play a prank. I'll play a prank. Ugh! A stout old woman who was sitting nearby as Maria stomped her feet picked the candy out of her handbag and held it out to Mary. Oh, I got a sweet! I got a sweet! Look, look, Mama, Mama! Happy Halloween! Hey, Maria, you can't just accept sweets from strangers, right? Give it back! Oh, don't worry about it. She's such a spirited young lady. How old is she? Maybe there was no malice in the old woman's words. However, Rosa seemed to find that remark extremely humiliating. Maria, haven't I always told you not to accept sweets from strangers? Oh. Oh. She gave it to me. Oh. It's mine. Let go of it. How many times do I have to tell you to do what Mama says? It's mine. Mine. Oh. Don't I always tell you not to say oh? Oh. Rosa reflexively hit Maria violently on her cheek. In a flash, Maria started crying loudly. Rosa immediately took the candy from Maria's hand and pushed it back towards the dumbfounded old woman sitting next to them. Please, do not just give sweets to my daughter. I'm so sorry. Breathing heavily, Rosa once again held the candy out to the old woman. After getting flustered about what she should say for a few moments, perhaps the old woman realized that her actions may have troubled his parent and child, and she accepted the candy back, apologizing. After that, Rosa finally took notice of her surroundings. Her daughter's curls were all messed up. She was crying and shouting with her nose dripping. And there were many dumbfounded passengers watching them. Except for the sound of the train running, the interior was completely silent. Fortunately, that pitiful silence didn't last more than a short while. However, it was followed by an even more painful atmosphere as everyone began to whisper. Maria shouted, cried, kicked, and stomped her feet. As usual, paying no heed to the people sitting around her. Impulsively, Rosa tried to slap her again. But she noticed the cold eyes of the people in the train and couldn't. When the train stopped, Rosa forcibly pulled Maria's arm and got off, almost dragging her daughter along. Maria didn't stop crying. Rosa took her to the end of the platform and hit her cheek again. At the moment she was hit, Maria stopped crying for an instant, but before long she shouted and cried even more than before. Overwhelmed with emotion, Rosa grabbed the nape of Maria's neck and dragged her, tugging at her hair. My win condition would be to not let Rosa within 100 meters of a child. Good win condition. Oh. It hurts. It hurts. Didn't I tell you to shut up? That ooh of yours, I told you to stop. That's the reason you can't make friends in class, right? Get a hold of yourself. Or are you still a kindergartner inside your head? Why can't you do what Mama says? Why? Why? With those severe words, Rosa hit Maria's cheek over and over again. The more Maria cried and shouted, the more Rosa hit her. And the more Maria was hit, the more intensely she cried and shouted. Mama, it hurts. It hurts. Mama, save me. Save me. Why Why can't you stop saying, oh? This is exactly why you can't make friends. This is why Papa's business trip never ends. This is why I... excuse me, ma'am, is everything alright? Do you want something? The one who timidly called her was the station attendant. Rosa glared at the attendant with a look that said, don't butt into problems of a mother and child, stranger. Of course, the attendant surely hadn't wanted to get involved either. However, Rosa had been yelling on the platform for a much longer time than she had imagined. Her emotional scolding had led the passengers on the platform to advise the attendant to call out to her. Rosa yelled at the attendant, saying not to worry anymore since they'd be getting on the next train. And then, finally, or rather, for the second time, she noticed the passengers on the platform staring at her from a distance. Rosa sweat slightly and felt the breeze make her sweat go cold, tormenting her. Maria still kept on crying, shielding her own head. Of course, if this beating continued, she'd probably keep crying indefinitely. I did it again. As the terrible heat in Rosa's head faded, she knew she had surrendered her soul to evil again. Mama! Mama! Come back! Rosa fell to her knees and hugged Maria, whose face was all soggy with tears and mucus. Maria, I'm sorry. So sorry. Mama, Mom, welcome back. Welcome back. Finally, Maria realized that her mother was her mother again. She clung to her mother's body and cried, burying her face in her mother's chest. Forgive your bad mama. Forgive your bad mama. So sorry. Please don't hate your mama. Just fine. Won't hate mama. Mama was only being possessed by the bad witch again. But you came back, so I'm just fine. Yeah, that's right. Mama was just being possessed by the bad witch again. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. For a long time, the two of them hugged each other, asking for and sharing words of forgiveness. After a while, they calmed down and both moved back at the same time. Maria's face and Rosa's face were both deep red after crying their eyes out. Do you want to have a Halloween festival, Maria? Yeah, I wanted to show those pumpkin marshmallows to George Oni-chan and Jessica One-chan. It was a candy they'd been selling near the cash register at the shop where they'd eaten breakfast. Fancy sweet that had a big orange marshmallow in the shape of a jack-o'-lantern, attached to the chip of a stick. Maria had wanted and had insistently pestered Rosa for it. Rosa had refused, saying that there was no way she could buy sweets right after breakfast. Then, Maria, I don't know if they sell those in this town or not, but let's get off and try searching for them, okay? Yeah. I love you, Mama. Love you so much. Thank you. I love you too, Maria. The truth was that they didn't have time to waste loitering around at the stopover station. If they missed the airplane, they'd fall half a day behind schedule. She should have left home with more time to spare, but she ended up leaving late after choosing Maria's clothes. Because of that, Rosa had been a bit impatient since the morning. She looked at the clock. They had to get on the next train immediately. But her daughter firmly joined hands with her to go buy the sweet with her mother, and that hand was warm. To Rosa as she was now, it was more important to renew her bonds with Maria. To her, Maria was not only a beloved daughter, she was everything Rosa had. Fortunately, they could see a big supermarket right in front of the station. They might not be able to find exactly the same sweet, but Maria would probably be happy with a similar one. Besides, Rosa couldn't show up with a face full from crying. She must fix her makeup. Maybe we won't find a marshmallow exactly like the one, but Hopefully we can find something like it. Let's buy some and surprise all your cousins together. Yeah, as long as we buy it together, any sweet is fine. They exited through the turnstiles of the station in this unknown town. Maria walked across the pedestrian crossing together with her mother, chuckling to herself as though she was walking in an amusement park. Both faces were still deep red, but the two of them, mother and child, smiled warmly at each other without any restraints. Okay, we're gonna stop here, because I think it's very fitting that the very first stream that I did of this ended with a very similar scene. And I was like, oh, there's another one here. Awesome. I can just end it after this one too. Oof, what a roller coaster of a, of a stream, huh? A lot of things happen on this one. Yeah, I always ended up in harrowing child abuse. That's the dream. That's how all streams should be. Top 10 Ryukishi social worker moments. Do you think it beats the previous one? I think. Yeah. Don't say beat. Oh no, I didn't mean it. Fuck. Oh, by the way, did you notice the stream category? Apparently they have stream categories for every single individual episode of this, which I found. I was like, oh cool, I can just put it as the episode 2. Instead of using the question arcs in general. Oh god, it's so late. It's so late. That's fine. I don't have anything to do tomorrow. But it's quite late. What do we do? I don't know, guys. I don't know where to go. I don't know what to do. I suppose. Oh man, the forgot the music is overlapping, isn't it? Oops, sorry. I'll just rate Barrel and call it unreliable. Yeah, I hope you enjoyed, despite how painful everything was. I thought it was a really good one. I mean, the fact that I went on for 5 hours instead of 4. We did not see the guy, did you realize? We didn't see the guy at all. Like, at all. He didn't even show up once. How interesting. Will he show up ever? Is he gone forever? Who knows? I don't even remember his name. It's been so long. Okay, thank you everyone for watching. You finally got to listen to the tune that plays on my follow notification and stuff. Sorry, Battlerheads. Oh yeah, that's his name. Thanks for George. No problem. Okay, I'll see you all next time. I guess we can keep doing it on Saturdays. It's fine. This one can be the only one that's consistent. So yeah, I'll see you, I don't know, on Monday. Yeah, on Monday. And then for this specific thing on Saturday. Until then, have a good night, take care, and goodbye. Bye!